Here we go. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, December 3rd, already in December, 2019 meeting of the Edina City Council. Roll call, please. Ms. Allison.
Member Fisher?
Here.
Member Staunton?
Here.
Member Brindle?
Here.
Member Anderson? Here. Mayor Hovland?
Here. For those of you that would care to join us, please rise to say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, folks. We had one of our city employees who worked at Braemar Golf Course pass away unexpectedly at the end of October, Ron Chosick, and Manager Neal has some things he wanted to talk to us about relative to Ron. And so, Manager Neal, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is Ron Chosick. And Ron started with us as a part-timer in 2003 and as a full-timer in 2006 at the golf course. He was a maintenance technician. He was affectionately known by his coworkers as Big Ron. And he passed away on Thursday, August 31st. Ron started at the golf course as a part-timer. He was very dedicated and exceptionally hard-working employee. It's a good thing there were lights on the equipment because he was always the first one there and the last one out, oftentimes in the dark. He was passionate about the work and he was always willing to help out, and we're going to miss his can-do attitude and his willingness to kind of take on all those rugged tasks and demanding projects that you have at a golf course. And he was very pleased with the way the new course turned out, and he was really proud of it. And we're going to miss him.
Good. Thank you, Manager Neal. As is our practice, let's all have a moment of silence for employee Ron Chosick. Thank you, folks. Next matter we have in front of us is the approval of the meeting agenda. Manager Neal, was there anything you wanted to modify on the meeting agenda?
No, Your Honor.
Council members, anything you want to modify? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda as shown.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion second to approve the meeting agenda as shown. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Community comment. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address the council on a matter of concern to them that's not otherwise on the agenda this evening? Yes, ma'am. Welcome.
My name is Susan Peterson, and I live at 4060 Sunnyside Road. Last month, people who live on Sunnyside between France and Grimes were notified of plans to allow parking on both sides instead of just one side of our street. My neighbors and I are vehemently opposed to this. Turning our street into a narrow alley is a dangerous way to try to manage traffic and reduce speeding. Already big problems on our street. We also know from experience that it's ineffective because in 2016, you tried to slow down traffic with bump outs, and that accomplished absolutely nothing. Making our street even more narrow by allowing parking on both sides will make it even more unsafe than it already is for drivers and bikers. And we get a lot of bikers, including kids, on Sunnyside. A couple years ago, a neighbor on the no parking side was having a party and was denied a parking permit for a food service van. She was told it would restrict emergency vehicle access. Last month, a different neighbor on the no parking side had a small U-Haul truck in front of her house, and the police had to come out and put up temporary no parking signs across the street because school buses and other vehicles could not pass. So how is this going to work on a daily basis, on garbage collection days, and on days when we're dealing with snow and snow plows? The city's notification letter said this parking change is just a test. I'm here to tell you that nobody believes that. That seems like something to placate us and stifle opposition. We live with this every day and do not need a test to know that this is unworkable and unsafe. This is not the time for a one-size-fits-all solution that might work in some other part of town, but not on a residential street connected to a busy commercial corner. This would be a bad idea, even if none of that new development at 44th and Sunnyside was going on. But it is an especially bad idea because of that development, where no steps were taken to soften the traffic impact for nearby homeowners, like diverting traffic out of that new underground parking garage or prohibiting delivery trucks on Sunnyside. Tonight, I'm giving you signatures on a petition letter neighbors handed out to the 29 occupied households on our stretch of Sunnyside. Some people have added their own comments about how much they are against this. I know others on surrounding streets also have contacted you separately. So please reconsider this ill-conceived change you are forcing on us.
Good. Ms. Peterson, would you be comfortable handing it to the clerk, to Ms. Allison, and we'll make it part of the record in this proceeding?
And just so that you know, I need copies. So please get misplaced. Please give me a copy.
Other residents with concerns? Good evening.
Betty Wilkinger, 5224 Kellogg Avenue South. Mayor and council members, my issue is single-use plastic bags. They are unnecessary and they are everywhere. They're polluting our oceans, our lakes, our rivers, our highways, our landfills. So if you care about this issue, if you care about our environment, please assure that this issue goes on the agenda of the EEC for 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Workinger.
Good idea.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Andy Brown. I'm a homeowner at 5512 Park Place in the northeast side of Edina. And I just have come up to ask the council and staff to, as they do with the airplane noise issue, start to provide a consistent update on where the city government stands with placing a third fire station in the north and northeast side of town. I think it's a very important issue that be taken care of, especially with response times and with an aging population. And I think it's a very necessary use of your time to see where that stands and provide briefings to residents through this meeting, like you do with the airplane noise issue. I note that there was a fire at 5600 Wooddale just recently in late November, so it's pretty personal. So, and then the second thing is I'm not sure if I have this correct, but Mr. Mayor, I believe you're now going to be serving on a climate change committee with the Conference of Mayors. Really look forward to you and your committees, if I have that correct, support of HF 1493 from Representative Alice Hausman of the state of Minnesota regards interstate passenger rail service and bonding for that. And I believe they're actually going to be taking property tax money from the state collects from the commercial railroad system to help pay for that as well. So a good use of funding and environmental resource benefit there. So,
yeah, thanks for the heads up on that one. All right, thanks, Mr. Brown. Anyone else? Okay. What we've been doing on these issues is we have the city manager address them at the subsequent meeting, although I'm interested in Director Milner's comments with respect to the proposed pilot on Sunnyside, the proposed parking on both sides of the street, where that is. Is that something the council should be addressing? Was that something addressed by the Transportation Commission or the?
Yeah, Mayor, members of council, we had received concerns in an email from you and residents about a recent crash on Sunnyside Road. So we, as a traffic safety committee and engineering department, brainstormed some potential ideas, and we just wanted to test one that we use on many streets in Edina. And two-sided parking on the width of Sunnyside is what we typically allow. And typically when you have friction on each side, cars slow down. So we wanted to do a 2-week trial this spring. We sent a letter out asking for feedback, and we got a pretty resounding feedback packet here tonight. So let's take that in consideration to see if we do the test or not, and we'll review that with the Traffic Safety Committee going forward.
Okay. So the Traffic Safety Review Committee thought a 2-week trial in the spring would be something worth testing?
Let's let the
Improve
data
safety?
decide if there's a benefit or not. If we
Okay.
don't even try it, we can't tell if it makes a benefit or not.
All right, okay, good.
Yep.
Thank you. All right, and I think the other matters, I think single-use plastic bags has been an issue in front of the EEC before. We'll check with them and see where they are on looking at that issue.
It's not on their agenda.
No, that might not be on their agenda, but I think in other years they've looked at that, trying to figure out what to do, because I know I've had some dialogue with folks that represent the plastic bag industry in the state in the past when we were looking at it before, and of course expressing their concerns on the other side of the issue. But nonetheless, I think it's a good one for the Energy and Environment Commission to be looking at. So now we'll move on to Manager Neal for his responses to community comment from 2 weeks ago. Manager Neal.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I think just to further distinguish what my role is in the community comment responses is really to respond to people who've posed questions to you, not so much people who have expressed an opinion on an issue of the day. So those are the kind of things that I'll bring back to you in subsequent council meetings. So the comments from November 19th that had questions attached to them that we wanted to respond to for you. Rick Cousins from 5412 York approached the council, asked to waive special assessments for a property, a specific property on York Avenue. We did follow up with him. The process of appealing those special assessments is over, and so they are filed at the county. The process of getting that undone is much more complicated, but we've shared that with him as well. Janet Katui asked us if we would consider more surveillance around areas where we have begun to see repeat racist and anti-Semitic graffiti, and we are taking a look at that. There are some things we can do. They're probably not things that we'll announce to the public in terms of additional surveillance, but there are some additional surveillance things that we are considering there. Roberto Castellano had a number of questions about the comprehensive plan, and those questions are going to be answered by Mr. Teague later tonight. And finally, Frank Lorenz. Frank's comments started in the Pleistocene epoch of 2.6 million years ago, if you'll remember right. He talked a lot. He talked about the glaciers and kind of pulling over North America and leaving what they left here. But really what he was getting down to was the soil that is left has some complications with how it absorbs and holds water in and around Edina and in and around this part of the Midwest. He asked if the city would consider connecting with the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District from Chicago and take a look at how some of the stormwater storage that they do in the Cook County area in Greater Chicago, drilling large wells and large tunnels to support stormwater storage, and if that's something that could be done here on a large scale as well. And that's all we had.
All right, thank you. Prompt any questions from any council members for Manager Neal? All right, very good. Next matter before us is the consent agenda. I think Member Staunton wanted to remove 6I. Is there any other council member that wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda with the exception of 6I.
So second.
Got a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda with the exception of 6I. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. And then on to 6I, which is a request for purchase of a sump pump drain, actually some improvements proposed over on Glengarry Parkway. Councilmember Staunton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to take the opportunity to understand a little better. This happens to be in my neighborhood, in an area that I walk my dog on frequent occasions, and there's been a new house going up, and there's been water kind of draining away from the house for many months, and I understand this is part of the solution to that, and I wondered if Director Milner could just give us a sense of what it is and who's paying for it and why.
Thanks, Member Staunton. Yeah, like you mentioned, there was a new home built, and for whatever reason, the groundwater changed in that area. So they have 2 sump pumps that have been pumping basically nonstop since that home was built, and you noticed all the water in the street all summer long. They've built 2 giant infiltration systems above and beyond what was required by our standards, and that still isn't infiltrating fast enough to take care of this water that's being pumped by those sump pumps. So what's typical when we come in on a street reconstruction project is we put a sump drain line 3 feet behind the curb and 3 feet down to allow people with sump pumps to connect to it. So when I heard the request from the builder, I said, well, we won't do it just for one. If you can get the rest of the neighbors downstream of you to also want this and be interested in it and maybe using it for their own sump pumps, then we would fund that out of the storm sewer fund just like we do on a street recon. So I've gotten emails from all 4 properties saying they're interested and would benefit from that pipe. So it's a public benefit. We got quotes to do it, and they're gonna, if it's approved tonight, be installing that pipe to reduce the water that's dealt in the summer, but also ice management. You know, it still hasn't stopped, so that would be a thing the city would have to do with extra salting and plowing and all those things, and the residents would have to deal with all the ice. So we feel it's a benefit. It matches right in with our normal street reconstruction program. We're not gonna be on the street in a lot of years, but we got petitioned to put it in, and we feel it's necessary and warranted.
So under our code, when properties have sump drains, they are permitted to drain to the stormwater, the public stormwater drainage system, right?
Correct. I mean, first, we'd like it to discharge on the grass and be
Right.
used by the trees and landscaping, but this one is just climate change, the high water levels in Highlands Lake. It just is pumping nonstop.
So we don't have code provisions that would require the homeowner or the builder to pay for this kind of stretch to get it. They just have the obligation of getting it off their property into the street, is that it?
Well, they don't have an obligation. They can discharge it the right of way, and we could
That's what
just
I
let
mean.
it go down the street the way,
Right, so,
and then it's an issue the city has to manage at that
Right.
point, once it gets to the street.
so I, you know, just intuitively, I know we've had this ongoing discussion about stormwater management and flooding and the like, and how we manage that, and I raise this more because I want this example in mind as we talk about our options going forward. I understand now from your explanation that we don't, there's no obligation from the builder other than to put it out into the right of way, and we have to manage it from there. And so it sounds like you've come up with a good solution to spread that solution along those 4 properties between there and the catch basin.
Yep. And I would just add, they did try to address it on their own property with these much larger infiltration basins, and it's just not keeping up. So those will still be there if the amount of water that it needs to pump goes down. Those basins will work just like designed, and this pipe won't be used very much, or it will be used by future owners
Sure.
along that way. So.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Would you care to move the matter? Member Staunton?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd move item 6I.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second?
Got a motion and second on 6I, which is a request for purchase for the Glengarry Parkway sump pump drain improvements. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving it, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. And that completes the consent agenda, and now we will move on to special recognitions and presentations, and we've got some folks here that have, well, every year we give out this very prestigious award through our Human Rights and Relations Commission. It's called the Tom Oy Award. And I see one of the commissioners rising here. Commissioner Kennedy from the Human Rights and Relations Commission is going to make a presentation on behalf of the commission with regard to the Tom Oy Award.
Good evening, everyone. Every year since 2006, the City of Edina has presented the Tom Oy Human Rights Award to individuals or groups who live, study, or work in Edina and who have made a significant contribution to human rights locally or globally. The award was established to honor the late Tom Oy. Mr. Oy was born in Oregon in 1918, the son of Japanese immigrant parents. His parents were placed in internment camps after the U.S. entered the war in 1941. He was not interned. He was inducted into the Army, and he served in Italy and France. He received the Prize for Humanity from the Immortal Chaplains Foundation in recognition for his work as a combat service volunteer. He became a founding member of Edina's Human Rights and Relations Commission in 1970. He passed away in 2004. Every year since 2006, the City of Edina has given this Human Rights Award in his name. We present the award close to the date of December 10th, which is the anniversary of the signing of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948. Tonight we remember the very first recipient of this award in 2006, Mary Ellingen. Mary passed away earlier this year. She was a lawyer and a fierce defender of human rights, particularly of the rights of women. She was a longtime staff attorney for the Advocates for Human Rights. She worked with governments in many countries to criminalize domestic violence and to provide services and support for the survivors. And I'm very proud to say that I knew Mary and she was my friend. We have a very special person with us this evening who will introduce tonight's recipients, her daughter, Caitlin Ellingen Abram. Caitlin is also a lawyer, carrying on her mother's legacy. Please welcome Caitlin Ellingen Abram.
Hi, everyone. I, first of all, just want to say a quick thank you to Ellen Kennedy for the opportunity to present the Tom Oy Awards on behalf of my mother. I only wish she could be here to see this. She was she would never toot her own horn. She was always very humble about all of her achievements, and I am very honored to be here on her behalf. I'm sure she would be very, very honored. I know when she got the award, it was a very, very big accomplishment for her in her life, and she was very happy about it. The first award I'm going to present today is the Tom Oy Award for Mr. Sanford Berman. I am pleased to present the 2019 Tom Oy Award to Mr. Sanford Berman. Mr. Berman is an activist librarian. He has served as a librarian in Germany, Zambia, Uganda, and in Edina, where he was on the staff of the Hennepin County Library. Words matter in human rights. He realized early in his career that the words used in library catalogs influence how groups of people were described in searches for information. When he found words in the catalog system that described groups unfairly, inaccurately, or with language that encouraged discrimination, he called it out to the people in charge of cataloging at the Library of Congress. He was insistent and persistent, and the result is that many terms that perpetuate racism, sexism, and other systemic forms of bias have been removed. He has received awards from other organizations for his achievement, including from the Hennepin County Library, the Honeywell Project Anniversary Award for Peace and Justice, and the American Library Association Equality Award. He received the Carrie McWilliams Award for Outstanding Scholarly Work relating to the American experience of multiculturalism. Mr. Berman is a prolific writer on the topic of human rights and language. He published a collection of his columns called Not in My Library. We honor Mr. Berman for using the power of words in research and scholarship to stand up against bias.
Thank you very much. Let me say, I gratefully accept this as a form of encouragement to continue agitating.
We all get correspondence from Mr. Berman from time to time. It's always weekly. It's always content rich.
Where's my tea? Sure, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berman. I am going to look up some of the things you've done, and I look forward to reading some of your words. Thank you. The next Tom Oy Award that I am presenting is to Olivia Sparks. This year, the Edina Human Rights and Relations Commission encouraged applications from youth candidates. I'm delighted to acknowledge Olivia Sparks as a Tom Oy 2019 award recipient. Olivia is a senior at Edina High School. She uses her voice as a young Black woman to advocate for greater representation of people of color in her faith tradition, in her school community, and in service opportunities locally and abroad. At school, she participates in the Black Student Union, and she also formed a faith-based student group to promote a more positive and caring climate at Edina High School. She joined in Edina's Peace Walk as part of the city's Race and Equity Initiative. She has been involved globally as a volunteer with a medical team in Haiti. Olivia was chosen to give a TED Talk last year. She spoke about unconscious racial bias within organized Christianity and the need for the faith to become more inclusive. The talk has been viewed online already more than 7,000 times. It has also been shown in community workshops in Edina and Bloomington as a guide to help people recognize their own biases and to become more accepting of others. Olivia has grown up seeing her younger sister's serious health struggles. This has made her to decide to become a pediatrician. She hopes to help young people handle challenges with courage and tenacity. Dr. Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. said, "The moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends toward justice." Olivia is bending that arc. Olivia, please. Thank you.
To not have to sit through the comp plan, but that's coming up an item after next. Next, we're going to hear from our staff, one of our sergeants, Aaron White, and MJ Lamb, our community engagement coordinator, about a new policy that the city will be adopting, and we've got some refinement to do on it yet, but it involves body-worn cameras. And this is something that we have been able to get into the budget for next year. So welcoming MJ Lamon and Sergeant Aaron White.
Thank you very much. We're just going to pull up our slides here. Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for hearing us tonight. We're going to talk a little bit, really kind of briefly, give you a kind of an overview of this. I don't want to assume too many questions because, as the chief will tell you, if you give me too much time, I'll be here way too long and everybody will get upset. So, but we want to talk a little bit about our policy. We've developed a draft policy for our body-worn camera program, and then also explain how we're going to turn that into a public engagement process to solicit public input and feedback on that draft policy and our implementation plan. And first and foremost, let's talk about the boring stuff. Okay, it's not boring, but it's policy, right? A lot of police policies deal with a piece of equipment. They're fairly simple, right? This is what it is, this is what it does, this is when you should use it, that sort of thing. Body cam policy is a lot more complicated, and that begins at the top of the list here with some state statutes that guide how we implement body camera operations and the policies related to that. I won't bore you with the details, but one of these chapters, 13, is just adopted a couple of years ago and pertains to how police departments will implement body-worn cameras and some specifications going around that. Some unique specifications regarding data retention and classification rules that are just a little different in some places than what we commonly work with. Public access audits are covered in that section. And then the 626 chapter addresses very, very clearly the requirement for a written policy. Obviously, we wouldn't do something like this without a written policy, but in statute it spells out some rather specific requirements for how that's done. That part of the statute also speaks to what we're starting tonight, which is the requirement for public input into this process. So that's where we started, and then I got a whole lot of help in drafting it from the League of Minnesota Cities. League of Minnesota Cities a couple years back started working on this with a number of outside stakeholders, some of the common groups, the Sheriff's Association, Chiefs of Police, City Attorney organization, the County Attorney organization, a number of other stakeholders, to take these state statutes, best practices, and kind of synthesize it into a model policy. And so they have published that. It's a really great document, and I'll just be honest with you, that is the basis of our policy. We didn't just, I, for one, was not going to sit down and try to craft this out of my own head. I basically took the model policy, and we did a little formatting and adaptation to make sure it sort of fit our policy manual, formatting and fonts and all that kind of stuff. But when you compare those policies, you'll see really what we did is we took the guidance from the League of Minnesota Cities, incorporated it into a policy of our own. And the League, of course, highlighted the areas where statute required specific language, gave us a few spots where there were some decisions to be made, either or. And like I said, I won't get too far into the weeds on that, but in our public comment online option, folks will have the opportunity to not only see our draft policy, but to see the model it was based on and do their own comparisons and provide any commentary about that. Once we did that, the state statute requires that police departments post this policy online. So those agencies that have adopted these policies already, it's really convenient for me because I can go out there and find them. We pulled down quite a few, I don't know the exact number, but more than a half dozen policies, compared them to ours to get a sense if we were on the right track. And what we found was that virtually every agency in the metro that I looked at a policy for had done what we had done. And that is they'd basically taken the League of Minnesota Cities policy, adapted it to their formats, tweaked it a little bit for their operations and whatnot, and published it in that way. And again, if members of the public are interested, really easy to find those policies because departments that have deployed these already have to have those online. We did several internal reviews. I worked on this for a fairly lengthy period of time, ran it past command staff, solicited their feedback. And then we also, once we felt like we were pretty comfortable with the draft, we released it to all of our officers. We wanted them to see it right up front and provide any feedback or commentary on that. We commissioned a legal review with Attorney Scott Lepek, who does some labor work with the city. He sent a couple feedback items, a couple suggestions that we incorporated into it, and my understanding is Mr. Knutson has had an opportunity to see the policy as well. So that's really a framework of how we got where we are with it. I share all those details because I do want you to know we didn't make it up. It's actually pretty detailed. It covers a lot of statute, a lot of specific things. And I wanted you to have a little framework for where that came from. Most of what you see is required. It's not there for fun or discretion. So that leaves us with where we go from here. A couple basics here. We've developed the policy, obviously, on the staff side. Implementation plan also is something staff will be continuing to work on. We've been working on this for some time. You guys are aware that we have had some money made available to us from the Department of Justice, a grant for body-worn cameras. That just illustrates the fact that for quite some time we've had our eyes on this project and been looking at that. We applied for that back in May and June. And so implementation is kind of an ongoing piece of that. And of course, once we're ready and have all our ducks in a row, we'll come back to council early next year to authorize ultimately the purchase of the equipment piece of this. And here's a rough timeline for you. Prior to this meeting here tonight, we did conclude our drafting of the policy, and MJ and several other helpful city staff members helped us come together on both the Better Together and our kind of plan for community engagement and comment on this. And in a few moments, MJ will touch on that piece. Here we are in December we've opened the public input process tonight, or today rather. This online process will continue for a time, and then we'll get into some other options there. Once we complete that in January, we'll take a look at what we've learned, these final run-throughs and proofs, and determine what things we might need to incorporate or change, certainly in response to anything we maybe don't see or don't understand or is brought to us by this public process. We'll update the policy and hopefully finalize it in January. And beginning in February, then once we have the policy behind us, then we'll move into the final stages of really finalizing the specifications and requirements of the system. I won't go too far down this rabbit hole, but this is a big one. This is not just a piece of equipment you go buy at a store, put it on an officer, and make recordings. It's a very significant project. It's got huge ramifications as far as data storage and records keeping and data practices and whatnot. So we'll get after that process in February. There are a couple technical things to work out, and we intend to have this program fully deployed, rolled out, officers trained, and 100% usage by the end of 2020. I'm optimistic we'll actually beat that deadline. But as you know, you don't want to set a deadline that we can't meet, and there are a few vendor issues and things like that that could delay it into the later portion of the year.
So in the spirit of inclusivity, and along with our engagement, our strategies around engagement, is we're going to offer a couple different ways to do that public input process. We have the two opportunities that are laid out in front of you. So these are what are taking place right now. We launched the site last night, and the comment form actually went live today, and we already have comments coming into us. So we hope that people will consider visiting Better Together Edina, and like Aaron mentioned, that draft policy, and along with the model policy that the League of Minnesota Cities supplied that he worked off of, that's all available for review, along with a comment form, just laying out what section, paragraph, and what their feedback or public input is for the portion of that policy. Then we're also going to offer an in-person, a public meeting opportunity. We're going to do this a little bit different. It's going to be at the December 17th, so your next city council meeting. It's going to happen right here, so a portion of the agenda where we do community comment like we did tonight will be dedicated to this topic so that individuals can come up and actually do public input process in a public setting and a meeting that's regularly scheduled. All of this information that we presented tonight is included in your meeting packet, so you can review it there, as can the public. They can see all the same information, as well as it all being outlined and the whole timeline of the process on the website, bettertogetheredina.org body cams. So we hope that people will visit and check it out.
Questions? We'll look forward to seeing you in a couple weeks, and I'll give council members the time to get their questions ready on the proposed policy. Thank you, Sergeant White.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lyman. All right, that completes the special recognitions and presentations portion of the agenda. We are now going to move on to public hearings. That section of the agenda has several items this evening that we're going to address, but the first one is the 2018 proposed comprehensive plan. And just a few opening comments. So most people now like to work online. I still like hard copies that I can look at. So here's the proposed plan. The comprehensive plan is a 400-page document. And this is the product of an effort of about 100 Edina residents who served on the Comprehensive Plan Task Force, small area and district plan work groups, and the city advisory commissions that led and helped shape the plan as proposed today. Over the past 2 years and 8 months, the city has had approximately 180 public meetings and held 13 public hearings starting in April 2017, which shaped this document. The council must determine tonight by 4/5 vote whether to authorize staff to submit the same to the Metropolitan Council. We thank the Edina Planning Commission. I see some of its members here this evening, and them in particular for their leadership in this effort, because this is their responsibility for our community. And we also thank our staff and our consultants that are going to make presentations here shortly, and the residents of our community and members of every other commission that served this city for their diligent work in creating this plan. The plan is actually a continuation of the 2008 comprehensive plan. In 2008, several areas were designated as potential areas of change. Over the past decade, since the 2008 plan. Every single area that was designated as an area of potential change in that 2008 comprehensive plan has had resident-led small area plan and district plan work groups create redevelopment guidelines for those neighborhoods. Those potential areas of change include 44th in France, 50th in France, 70th in Cahill, the Grandview area, the Greater Southdale area, the Wooddale and Valley View area. And of course, for many of the commissioners that served in this capacity, that small area plan work and that district area work is kind of the heart of the 2018 comp plan. Some folks may ask, well, why do we do this planning? Well, for one reason, the Minnesota state law requires that it be done every 10 years. So cities like Edina, every 10 years, take a look at trends, challenges, and opportunities and prepare for what may come to pass. And I emphasize the may come to pass part of the process because no group of residents, however prescient, can predict with exactitude what forces may come to bear that create change in a town over a 10-year period. So what is the purpose of the comprehensive plan? It becomes, in simplest terms, a framework for guiding future development, redevelopment, and community enhancement. The plan does not allow redevelopment by right. Redevelopment requires careful planning and consideration. The comp plan spells out the specific goals that the city of Edina wants to achieve with redevelopment. These are very high standards for developers to meet. Increase in density, for example, is not given by right. The residents who worked on this plan and crafted this plan all agreed that they wanted high-quality redevelopment projects with quality architecture and public realm spaces. It's also a guide created through, as I mentioned, the collective effort of Edina residents that provides not only this development guidance, but also protects what we all value, while creating an even more attractive, sustainable, and welcoming Edina. It preserves the integrity of single-family and low-density residential neighborhoods and makes good use of existing infrastructure capacity and plans for future infrastructure capacity expansion should that be required. So having said that, I think that's sufficient backgrounding. So let's hear now about more about the proposed plan in this public hearing process. And the first person we're going to bring up is Bill Smith, who is one of our consultants who worked on this matter with all of the residents I previously mentioned, these approximately 100 residents on this particular matter. Mr. Smith, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm really pleased to be here this evening. It's been a long go. 2 years we've been working on the plan. And tonight is the night that we've been working toward. With your adoption of the plan this evening, we'll be able to send the draft to the Metropolitan Council for its review. I am the project manager of the consultant team. With me this evening are two members of the consultant team. They're going to help with the presentation. Dan Corneo, who worked on the 2008 plan 10 years ago, and Hyla Mays. So both of those people will be presenting as well. No? There. Just as an overview for the presentation this evening, I want to give you some background information, largely because we just want to make sure that if anyone has not been following the process, that they're up to speed and understand what the comp plan is about and the process for producing it. Then we want to talk about the public meetings that were held, the schedule, and most importantly, I want to present to you this evening revisions that have been made since the draft was presented to you on March 7th. At that time, we had a council hearing on the draft, and your approval of the plan at that point allowed us to submit it to your adjacent municipalities and affected agencies for their 6-month review. And now that that's been completed, and we've incorporated those revisions, we'd like to bring you up to speed and let you know what those changes are. Just as for background, the mayor talked about this a moment ago. What is a comprehensive plan? It's a guide. It's a framework. It is not a prescription. We are not guaranteeing that growth as described in the comprehensive plan will occur, but we wanted to, with this plan, prepare the community so that it can respond to market forces, it can respond to climate change, it can respond to changes that may occur within the next 10 years. And so we want to provide that framework so that the city is well positioned to move forward in an intelligent and efficient manner to address challenges and opportunities in the future. As the mayor mentioned, the Metropolitan Council requires that the plan is prepared every 10 years. So every 10 years we update the plan. The next update will be in 2028. Maybe I will be here to work on that one as well. The Metropolitan Council has requirements. Those include land use, housing, regional parks and trails, transportation, and water resources. Those are systems in our metropolitan region that we share with our neighbors. And so for that, and the Metropolitan Council is sort of the keeper of that, many of those facilities and services that address those needs. And so the Metropolitan Council requires planning so that it can know what growth is going to, what kind of impacts growth will have in the region. The Metropolitan Council encouraged but did not require communities to address this time around economic competitiveness and resiliency. And Edina elected to take those, to include those topics in the comp plan. So a comprehensive plan, as I mentioned, is prepared for regional planning purposes, but it is also an opportunity for the city to do local planning and to address issues that are not of regional concern. And Edina decided to take on arts and culture, community facilities and services, community health, and the environment and energy, heritage preservation, human rights and relations, local economic development, and local parks. And the city's commissions played a big hand, a very large hand in preparing, helping us to prepare those chapters of the comp plan that address those local concerns. As the mayor mentioned, small area planning was a big portion of the comprehensive planning that we did this time around for this 10-year goal. The small area planning addressed 5 areas, 6 areas, and Dan Cornell is going to talk about that.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Welcome, Mr. Cornejo.
Thank you, Bill, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got just 2 slides, but I'll try to be quick on this. As Bill pointed out, and Mayor, as you pointed out, the comprehensive plan is a policy framework for shaping citywide growth. The comprehensive plan is intended to give clarity to the choices you and others must make about the complex issues. But the small area plans play a little different role. They advance the community's values that were stated in the Edina here, the 2015 Vision Framework. They also advance the core principles and the citywide policies. But this is important. They adapt those core principles, they adapt those policies and directions to local conditions. So as Bill pointed out, and the mayor as well, in the 2008 plan, there were potential areas of change. Well, over the past decade, those areas have been addressed. And I'll mention them again. Wooddale Valley View, that was completed in 2016. And then in the last couple of years, the staff and the consultants worked with local work groups. There were 12 to 15 members in each of these areas. There were residents, there were renters, there were homeowners, there were business owners, the Chamber of Commerce. Each of these plans, Wooddale Valley View, 44th in France, 50th in France, Greater Southdale, and 70th in Cahill, they had a work group, a local work group, and they directed the staff and the consultants on what was important to be considered in those areas. They took our advice, we took their advice, and we came up with the small area plans that each of them really create a framework for a richer mix of land uses, and as well as policies for a wider range of housing unit types and affordability levels as well. That was very important, I'll say this time around. All of these plans were presented to you, they were presented to the Planning Commission and to you when they were adopted. So they'll be with the adoption of the full comprehensive plan, they will include all of those small area plans. Before going to the next slide, though, I just want to give you an example of the specificity and the consideration of local conditions that these small area plans do. I'm going to use the example of the Greater Southdale District. I was the lead on that, and the rest of the team assisted. We had a fairly large work group. At times it was 18, 19 people, and it represented a pretty wide range of not just the Southdale area, but Edina as a community, because Greater Southdale is quite an engine for this community in economic terms, but in also cultural terms. I've got 6 points that give an example of how this local area was treated with sort of a local but a citywide perspective at the same time. There are a lot of large and underutilized sites. What did that tell the group as we worked through the issues and the opportunities? It meant that the overall density of development could be increased, and the plan it provides for that. But it also said, because of this sort of very sprawling space, that there were needed urban design guidelines, and it called for reorganizing this area, and you can see the graphic there, into smaller blocks, building setbacks, street redesigns, a more walkable and transit-supportive landscape. The third point I want to make, there are new parks and plazas proposed. That calls for the creation of a major central park in the northwestern area. It calls for an extension of the promenade northward towards the Southdale Center. It also calls for an extension westward towards Highway 100, so that there'll be a corridor of open space. The fourth point was it reimagines and redesigns, or it calls for the reimagination and redesign of France Avenue, of York Avenue and 66 as complete streets, to make them less as thoroughfares and more walkable, more bikeable, more transit supportive. The fifth point, the expansion of community services. During the planning process, Hennepin County Libraries decided a pretty bold move, not only to reinvent and redevelop the library, but to move it into the core of the area. And if the planning continues as it's progressing, that new library could be connected to this central park. Plaza could be connected to the promenade. The last one is managing stormwater. Continue to manage it as an amenity feature there, so that it's not as much of a problem as it is today. So those are just some of the examples of how, when you drill down in an area, you can take the broader policies about resiliency, about sustainability, about affordability levels, and really take advantage of the challenges, the opportunities, and also address the challenges to make a richer environment. The small area plans, they do 4 or 5 major things working together. These things that you see on the slide, they're objectives, but they're also expected outcomes. Preserve the integrity of the single-family and low-density areas, or low-density neighborhoods. And each of these plans include design guidelines to ensure that new development is very sensitive to its neighboring context. The second bullet point, focused redevelopment to those areas that do have the small area plans. What this does is helps the tax base. It provides targeted opportunities for innovations in the larger regional marketplace, both in terms of housing and commercial and industrial activities. Just this evening at Southdale Center was the opening of a health and fitness center that goes way beyond just having a gym. So that's just an example of, and that's done even, as we were doing the Greater Southdale plan, that was in progress. And the plan tries to accommodate for more of those kinds of innovative developments. Enhance mobility and mobility options by creating complementary relationships between private development and sustainable public infrastructure improvements. The plan calls for mobility hubs to be created out at Southdale. And there's a new transit line proposed by Metro Transit that could come out of Minneapolis, go through the Southdale area and into Bloomington. So the plan tries to accommodate those opportunities. The fourth bullet is to encourage infrastructure or efficiency in infrastructure investments, as the mayor pointed out in his introduction. In closing on this slide here, and with the small area plans, I just want to say that all of the plans, the small area plans working together, they address the challenges that Edina faces, but they also address the opportunities that it has as it becomes a more mature community. And then secondly, I want to highlight the fact that the enrichment of these areas will help Edina, and the mayor already alluded to this, become a more equitable and welcoming community for all ages, for all abilities, and a wider range of income levels and diverse households. So the plan has the broad look, the broad outlook, the look forward, like in which direction should the community steer itself, but it also drills down in the small areas. And as was pointed out, a lot of the change will be directed to these areas. And hopefully the plans will be a good guidebook. I'm going to turn it back to Bill right now.
Thank you, Mr. Cornejo. Mr. Smith?
I think I'd like to touch on this aspect of how the plan was developed, the planning process. I think it's really important to understand the role that the community played in preparing the plans. These were not done by the consultant team acting alone, or staff acting alone, or elected officials acting alone. We really did engage the community in lots of activities, over 180 meetings, I believe we talked about. The planning process, as shown on this diagram, was led by the Planning Commission. It's their responsibility to oversee the creation of the plan. We had many meetings with the Comprehensive Plan Task Force. The plan was focused on the identified areas of change. So we are happy to report that some 93% of the city will not change from low-density residential uses generally. Growth is to be directed toward and concentrated in what amounts to about 7% of the land area. All planning processes begin with a visioning exercise. Your visioning exercise was completed in 2015 before we even got started with the Edina Vision 2015, and that laid the framework for the work that we did. Again, informed by community members, by their opinions, we had public hearings. We held 3 community meetings for each small area plan. Those were generally well attended. People had an opportunity to come in and to give their opinions, to their input. Those ideas went back to the work groups. The work groups talked about them and did their best to respond to community concerns. The final recommendations were made by the work groups and by the commissions that helped to prepare the chapters on the local issues. Of course, the final decision is yours to make. Public meetings, this slide just shows a list of the public meetings that were held: Council, Planning Commission work sessions, Comprehensive Plan work sessions, the boards and commissions meetings. We had a big ideas workshop in the beginning of the process where we sought to make sure that the 2015 vision would be carried over into this planning work. Just a number of meetings, and as has been mentioned, about 180 public meetings between November of 2017 and November of 2019. Our schedule. We've been keeping this schedule throughout the course of the process. And as you can see, we've got all the dots filled except for one. Tonight, hopefully, final approval. And then we'll be able to complete the next dot, which is submission of the draft plan to the Metropolitan Council by the end of the year. Now, an important part of the presentation this evening is to describe what has happened since we met with you last back in March.
Thank you. Ms.
Thank
Mays,
you.
welcome.
Thank you. As Bill mentioned, I am going to talk through briefly sort of the responses to comments and the process through from when we met with you last till present, and then a preview into the steps moving forward. Sending to the Met Council is a very important milestone. It's not the end of the road. There's still a little bit to go, so we'll talk through both of those. As has been mentioned a couple times already, there was a 6-month interjurisdictional review period that has taken place. That is required by the Met Council. It is a significant amount of time, and it's really meant for the fact that every other city in the metro area is doing it at the same time. They want to make sure everyone has ample chance to respond. The comments from that received are taken very seriously. They become a permanent part of the plan in the appendices, as does the documentation of the approval process and comments in general. So it is a big step to get through that. I should say before we even started that, though, we made sure that we were addressing all the comments that came through the process near the end, through the public comment period, up into the public hearing and the approval back in March. The Better Together Edina platform, which had a 30-day public review period, had about 95 comments submitted from the public. We addressed about half of them through changes in the comprehensive plan document. Those are all documented with responses. I should note that we actually responded to all of the comments. Every single one is documented with a written response. The ones that did not result in a change were either because they were not requesting a change or because it was decided that there was another appropriate use for those comments. A prime example would be we received a lot of comments about housing. And you may remember that comment discussion from last spring. The housing chapter spurred a lot of discussion on a variety of different perspectives, and that has actually resulted in the formation of a task force with a charge to continue work. That will extend clearly beyond the scope of this and timing of this comp plan. It could result in changes in the future at this point. We are carrying forward with it as is, but we did want to acknowledge that even though those comments didn't result in a change here, they're a very important thing that's being taken seriously in terms of the city's future policy direction on housing. Likewise, every other comment was taken seriously and addressed. As mentioned, the neighboring jurisdictions that received the comp plan for review, just for clarification, that includes every city that touches the boundary of Edina. It also includes all the school districts, the watersheds, the DNR, Minnesota Department of Transportation, and the Three Rivers Park District. So it was just any public agency that somehow touches the city had a chance to respond. Of course, it was out in public domain, and we got some comments from others as well that were not in that list. I did want to say that we did not receive that many comments. Maybe I'll start here. The list at the bottom is of all those jurisdictions I mentioned. We just got a few. We think that's a really good sign. This is a chance for those jurisdictions to weigh in. Again, on record, becomes part of the plan to say, this is what we think of your plan. Most of them said, we don't have any major concerns. We want to register with you at this point. We'll let it go. I want to call specifically out the school district because the staff, city staff took the initiative to meet directly with Edina School District and Richfield School District. I think Hopkins School District had the opportunity but declined, just to talk through the plan and talk through the implications of that. I know that's been raised as an issue through the process. They were interested to hear that. They met. They did not register there were no concerns or issues registered on their behalf that are documented as part of the process. It was merely a conversation. But that we just wanted to note that happened because we know folks are concerned and want to make sure that that's handled appropriately. In terms of the comments that were received, we did receive some response back from the county and MnDOT. Neither had any major issues or concerns. I think there may be a couple little labeling things they wanted to make sure were consistent with their standards. Three Rivers Park District responded, again, largely sort of an administrative piece, just making sure that there's consistency in how things are handled. Just noting these jurisdictions, of course, are looking at every other plan nearby. They want to make sure everything matches and is done consistently so it all adds up and is done the same way across the board. There were a few little typos here I think they fixed too. City of Bloomington did register a comment. I would not call it a major concern, but just noting that they would like to continue to cooperate proactively with the city along the 494 corridor, and they just wanted to make sure that was documented, and we've added something to the plan that just memorializes that to say that will be ongoing coordination needed. We've also made some additional sort of revisions just based on some conversation about consistency, correcting any typos and grammar errors. We received a lot of really excellent proofreading. We've taken that all to heart. We've also been responding to comments that have been raised by the public, sort of inquiries for further information. As your city manager responds to these questions, we wanted to make sure that anything that was outstanding was really addressed appropriately. One thing I should note that we did not do is there was some discussion last time of doing a one voice, trying to make the chapters more parallel construction. We did that within a certain amount of limits. We did not take it to the next step, and that really came out of the fact of respect for the work of the commissions. Each of your commissions worked very hard on their sections. I mean, you heard from Human Rights today about the extraordinary work they do, and there's many others to call out. We wanted to make sure that the spirit of their approach, what they put into it came through. So there is going to be some differences, but we say the differences just reflect the different priorities and different styles of these different groups. It is still one plan and one uniform set of goals and values. Just some different approaches in the actual format. We're just going to drill down a little bit on the land use and housing chapter comments because we tended to receive a lot more comments for these two chapters than the others. There was a lot of people who really got into the details and wanted to make sure, again, that we were giving a very thorough response and really following up on every check that we had. I'm going to talk in general. Carrie will talk after me a little bit more detail in terms of some specific comments that were raised about the approach. There's been a lot of discussion about growth forecasts, and there was when we met with you last time. We've made sure to add more language to the plan that clarifies the approach on that, what those forecasts mean, what they don't mean, that they're not goals or targets, that they're descriptions. That's in there now to hopefully make sure people are clear on where we're coming from with that. We talked about the benefits of new growth, but we also talk about some challenges associated with it and how the plan is going to address those challenges. Again, that's something that came directly out of the public input period and wanted to make sure we were being responsive. We provide more detail on mixed-use center guidance, a lot of questions about that in terms of some of our mixed-use districts, and making sure we're clear how we did the crosswalk between the small area plans and the comp plan. As you may recall, as you worked the last time with your approval, it was near the end of some of our small area plans. I think specifically 50th and France and Greater Southdale were wrapping up just about the same time. We went back and forth to make sure that there was consistency in how they were being handled. There are some updates to the land use calculations you'll see, some small tweaks. That really originated from we get some very specific comments and questions about the calculations. Went back to our GIS team, made them rerun everything, make sure everything was clear, and we wanted to add a little more detail in terms of that. For anyone who's really into numbers, that we have spreadsheets available galore, but suffice to say, we just wanted to make sure that they were as clear as possible in terms of what they mean. Again, we can speak to those if people are interested. We added details of land use in change areas just to provide more clarity there, and provide some updated photos with captions to sort of better explain concepts and also to explain what the photos meant. The housing chapter, like the land use chapter, there were questions around forecast and change areas that were raised consistently through the public process. We've added more language and made sure, again, it was consistent with the land use chapter so that it's clear what those mean and the implications for the plan. We also added more detail to definitions for housing tools. The plan has a wide menu of different housing tools. Not all of them will be used in all circumstances, but just laying out the opportunities moving forward. Again, the Housing Task Force may be further refining that in the future. Clarification on housing needs and trends, again, coming out of comments and concerns people have about housing needs in the community. And just making sure the affordable housing allocation, which is a Met Council requirement, was consistent with the land use. So next steps, I'm just about done here. We are almost there. As we're on the last dot, there's a few more pieces here. We are, of course, at the City Council meeting now, having been to the Planning Commission last month, and our plan is to submit by the end of the year to Met Council. Just for clarity, the original deadline for the plans was the end of 2018. The city received a year extension through the Met Council to provide for more public process. Frankly, it was for the most part because we wanted to have more and additional public input, and they were agreeable with that. The Met Council does have, once they receive the plan, they have a period of time to review and respond. We will get a response right away within a couple weeks just to see if to do what they call a completeness review. And a few more months later to go through their committee and council process for approval, assuming they find it complete. I should say, as we're prepping during these next couple of weeks, there's a little bit of housekeeping work we need to do. I think the mayor mentioned about 400 pages of plan. I think when you start adding all the technical documents that have to go with it, which again are public too, we're getting closer to 4,000 pages. There's a lot of supporting documentation, almost all in the form of plans that have already been approved or adopted. They're just part of the record. The Met Council has an extensive pre-flight checklist. We're going to go through that in detail, and we will also, just to walk through, make sure the process is as clean as possible. We've already met with Met Council staff to prep them and to talk through issues. Again, trying to make this as smooth a process as possible. It is still possible they may have comments coming back, and we'll certainly return with those just to ensure that it meets their standards, while of course making sure, and first and foremost, it's your plan and consistent with your goals. The plan will return to the City Council after this. If there have been any changes during that period, there'll be a chance to revisit those and make a final approval. And then after, that is to say, the City Council affirming the Met Council's council approval process. After that, the plan is final. Any remaining pieces are cleaned up, and then the city has a period of time to incorporate any required zoning changes. Under state statute, the city will be required to bring the zoning into compliance and consistency with what's in the comprehensive plan, maybe a few changes based on that. Those have also been discussed, of course, as part of the small area planning process. At this point, I think I'm turning it over to Carrie to talk some more detail about some comments that were received.
Thank you, members of the City Council. So what I'm going to do is respond to the council correspondence that was submitted at the last City Council meeting by Roberta Castellano, because they do refer specifically to the comprehensive plan and specifically a reference to that April-May draft of the plan. So the way this is set up is whoops. My screen went dark here. I tilted it.
We've got it. It's on our screen.
It's on your screen? Yeah. I need to see it though.
Don't have it memorized?
I kind of do, but I could go from my chair.
Let's try to get.
Yeah. I could speak, sure. Okay, sorry about that. On the left is the comment that was submitted, and then on the right is the response and the action that's taken. So the first comment was that we falsely reported the current housing unit density range for medium density residential. That is true. The graphic that was shown back in April, May, during those initial public hearings, we showed the density range for medium density as 5 to 20 units per acre, both in the 2008 plan and in the 2018 draft plan. The Planning Commission did not intend to increase the density in the medium density districts. So we have corrected that. It is between 5 and 12 units per acre. So this change is made. It has been posted online kind of with this similar designation that medium density residential is not increasing. So the third is falsely reported that the increases in density only impact land in the greater Southdale area. While the biggest changes are included within the greater Southdale area, there are density increases outside, specifically in the small area plans. As we went through each of those, 44th in France, the density is proposed to increase, 70th in Cahill as well. 50th in France, there was actually a reduction. Also, the high-density residential district, there is an increase there from a maximum of 30 units per acre to a maximum of 60. There's some high-density districts, not only in the Southdale district, but around the Grandview area. And then the Waters project on Crosstown and Tracy is also high-density residential. Falsely represented that the Greater Southdale District residential was a pre-existing category. The graphic that was referred to did indicate that the Greater Southdale District was a land use in the 2008 comprehensive plan. It was an illustration that was showing that the land use, there's a district, oh shoot, I don't have a pointer. Within there's an area in orange on the graphic on the left within France and York that's labeled HDR. Over to the right. Keep going. Right. So the graphic was used to illustrate that we're increasing the high-density residential, the density just within France and York from 12 to 30 units an acre to 50 to 100. And that comes from the Southdale District Plan where we talked about increasing density again in between. It's up? Okay. All right. I didn't jiggle well enough, I guess. Okay. So the area that I'm referring to is right here in orange. The 2008 plan has a density range from 20 to 30, and the proposed plan increases from 50 to 100. We wanted to differentiate this area from the other high-density residential areas. That again, it's in orange. So here's an example of an area and along Crosstown. Fifth, falsely represented that the density going forward for 50th and France as compared to what the comprehensive, what it was entered at that time. So as Hyla mentioned, the 50th and France plan came before, the small area plan came before the city council just before the comp plan was finalizing. And it was at that time that you had recommended a reduction in density from 100 to 75 units an acre as a maximum. It wasn't reflected at that time, but that was your recommendation. It's now has been changed into the comprehensive plan. So there's no action needed at this time, but there was some discrepancies back in the spring. 6 and 7 falsely represented going forward that the density land use categories for the mixed use center at Southdale as compared to what the city had actually entered in the comp plan. So the intent here, showing it graphically helps. So in the current comprehensive plan, we have the CAC, the Community Activity Center, and an MXC mixed use center. We have 3 mixed use centers in town in the current plan, this one in the Southdale area, and also 50th in France and the Grandview district. We wanted to, because the density ranges are all different within each of those categories, we wanted to eliminate this mixed use center and simply combine it with the Community Activity Center. The uses that are allowed are the same, so while the category name change is changing, the uses allowed are the same. So the mixed use center in the current plan is between 12 and 150 units an acre. That density range stays the same in the proposed plan, but is combined with the Southdale area and the Galleria, and within that area there's a density increase from 12 to 105 units per acre currently to 90 to 150. Falsely represented that the city is not proposing to change land use categories of any land in the city. There's 3 areas within the plan where there is a proposal to change the land use. That occurs within the 70th and Cahill small area plan. There's 3 properties east of Amundsen that are currently guided and zoned for industrial. And the small area plan recommends that it be incorporated within that neighborhood node. That would allow residential and retail type uses. So that's a change in the land use that's required. So once the comprehensive plan gets adopted, we need to reconcile those differences on those properties. As I mentioned, some of the land use categories and the naming are changing throughout the plan, but the uses allowed within those districts are really not changing. And the last, number 9 and 10, that we concealed a 7-acre increase in the number of acres assigned to the mixed-use center land use category at either or both the Grandview and 50th and France districts. And the thought was that there was question about whether properties on Maple Road or the Lid account for that increase. As Hyla mentioned in her presentation, the calculations are done a little differently compared from 2008 to now. It was run on the GIS model. So some of those acreages have changed. The boundaries, however, have not. So the boundaries for the MXC within 50th and France and Grandview are the same. So as an example, the Maple Road properties here are shown in yellow. This is Maple Road here. This is Arden. So they continue to be guided for low-density residential. Also, there's questions in regard to the Lid. So that's the property over Highway 100 and Eden and 50th. The classification here in the comprehensive plan is just simply highway or freeway. So it's not included within that acreage of the MXC district. Not saying this is happening or proposed, but should any development or anything be proposed over any right-of-way in town, we would have to amend the comprehensive plan to now increase the acreage for whatever land use is dedicated, not only for this property, over any right-of-way that would be proposed for development. So with that, that was the last of those responses. So with that, we can stand for any questions that you might have.
Questions for Director Teague or Mr. Smith, Mr. Cornejo? Okay, at this point in time, all right. Stand by, and I'm sure we'll have some that'll come up here as folks come up to testify. So this is a public hearing matter, and of course the decision the council has to make tonight is to whether to send this plan to the Met Council, authorize staff to send it to the Met Council. So we are going to open it up now for public testimony, so anyone that wishes to come forward and testify.
Mr. Mayor, could I just interrupt for one question?
Yeah, you sure can.
Mr. Teague, you indicated that, or it may have been one of the consultants that indicated that this had been sent around over the last 6 months for comments. Did we receive any from the Edina School District?
We did not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open this up now for public testimony. Recall that you'll have 3 minutes. You'll get a yellow warning light when you've got 30 seconds left, and then you should be thinking about wrapping up your comments so we can make sure everybody has the same amount of time to make their comments and everybody gets treated the same way. All right, feel free to come forward.
Now it's on. Okay, great. I'm Joanne Olson. I'm the chair of the Planning Commission. I live at 4379 Mackey. And just real quickly, I think we've already heard a lot of the comments about the importance of this plan and how we really have worked from the start to really have it be a continuation of Vision Edina and really make it open and transparent and inclusive throughout the whole process. So, I'm very proud with how it's worked out with all the small area plans, all the participation by residents. And the only thing I wanted to add and show, I always am up there watching this and seeing how people, if they know where to put stuff. Let's see if I can do this. And I think you all have a copy of this, but it's a matrix and it's not showing up. Oh, this thing's not showing up.
It's on the screen.
Okay, now I'm going to do this without my glasses. But anyway, thank you. That's okay. So all this is show is that we also worked really closely with all the other commissions and all the chapters. So one of the first things that we wanted to do when we started the comp plan was to make sure that they all corresponded, all the silos worked together, that they weren't silos. So what we put together is this matrix that shows how each chapter relates to all the other chapters. So when we talk about land use, that's all integrated throughout all the other chapters. And it's really, it's just an excellent source to really verify that it's all working together towards the same goal. So you all have a copy of this, is that correct?
We do. So you read the commission name across the top, left to right, and then down the left-hand side, top to bottom, are the various uses or elements of the comp plan that were covered by each commission.
Correct. So the top is all the different chapters. So there's 2 pages of this, so it's pretty extensive. And so it shows at the top is all the chapters, and then on the side, again, the chapters, and it shows where they're all. So we've just taken pieces to kind of give examples of how they relate to each other. So it truly is a comprehensive plan and supports each other. So when there's concerns about increase in density or development and what that's going to do to traffic, we really focused on making sure that in the transportation chapter that's covered, or if it's going to affect stormwater, that's taken care of in the other correlating chapters. So I just wanted to point that out, and a lot of the other comments have already been said about how we all worked well together and really opened it up for the public, and we were really impressed with the participation. So I'll leave it at that. And I went way over too. Apologize.
Right. Thanks, Madam Chair. Any questions for Chair? All right, thank you. Any other chairs that want to come forward and comment on the work their respective commissions did? Seems like we're on a good pathway here talking to commissioners.
There you go. Good evening. I'm Carolyn Jackson. I live at 5716 Continental Drive in Edina, and I am chair of the Energy and Environment Commission. And we spend a lot of time looking at how we can have sustainability throughout the comprehensive plan and also look to the future. So we were the first city in the state to have a chapter on the environment in 2008. And the commission at that time said, we want to include the environment, and they had to make it up out of whole cloth. So what we did is we took 10 years worth of learning and distilled it down and tried to create a document that would grow as new innovations in addressing environmental changes and climate change came forward. So to acknowledge the work that had been done, to take the learning and go forward. And so every year that the Environment Commission will look at the comprehensive plan as an outline of sort of what are our next steps, but continuous learning. And I want to thank the Planning Commission for all the time that they put into this. I certainly went to a lot of meetings on this, and I know it's nothing compared to what they did. I went through my calendar, and I counted at least 6 meetings where there were public input, in addition to hearings. So we had the 2 big meetings with the commissions, and that was a tremendous amount of fun. Great to get to know each other, great to get to learn what the other commissions are doing, and the fellowship and idea sharing was really a great experience. And I think that the comp plan is stronger because of that. And certainly there were lots of times when we had public hearings. All of our meetings were open to the public. We had some very robust discussions, worked on this for a year, and we're very proud of our work. So I want to thank everybody for what we're doing. This is a document that deals with change. We can't stop change, but we can manage it. And I'm very proud of the fact that this document has us acting and not being acted upon. And I think that's great, and it'll guide the future of our city. So thank you.
Good. Thanks, Chair Jackson.
I'm Russ Rubin, 6601 Biscayne Boulevard. I'm the chair of the Arts and Culture Commission. There had not been a chapter previously for the Arts and Culture Commission in the comprehensive plan, so it was our job to put the first one together. And as hard as it is to create a definition for arts and culture, We know some of the things that it is, but right now it's largely sculpture and it is largely programs and classes. And that's probably not enough. And it's also about certain venues. It's largely in the Centennial Lake, in the Promenade area. It's dispersed in a few other areas. So it's our job long term, how do we increase the reach, to increase the footprint, as well as increase the definition of what art and culture is in our city. And to do that, we have to not look at ourselves, because if we look around the room today and the people who put a lot of this stuff together, we're not the people who are going to create that innovation and create that difference in the field that we're looking at right now. Sculpture. What about a few years ago, I went on a college tour with one of my daughters, and one of the other people in the tour said, "Do you have a poetry slam club here?" I had never heard of a poetry slam. I've been told that is part of arts and culture. So we're not the people who are going to define what all that is and where it can take place and how it can get done. So it's our job to figure out and get those people involved who are actually going to create that stuff and appreciate that stuff. So how do we make that all happen? It's by keeping our eyes open, our minds open, and understanding that there are other places to have this stuff happen, in the schools, in the parks, in the open spaces where currently we don't have all that much going on, and we're going to be doing a lot of work in the next 2 to 3 years to start testing out those ideas with public art and other activities that we are planning. And this is just the start of it. And over 10 years, hopefully it's not recognizable about where we are today from where we are today, and that it's something that's bigger and quite different from what we're doing currently.
Good. Thank you, Chair Rubin.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is James Nelson. I live at 6001 Killarney Lane in Edina, just to the west of Bredesen Park. And I'm the chair of the Human Rights and Relations Commission in Edina. I'm serving my third and last year as chair. Hooray for term limits. I've lived in Edina for about 40 years and 26 years on Killarney Lane. And our commission is celebrating 50 years as a Human Rights and Relations Commission next year. You'll hear more about that if we have anything to say about it. I would just like to mention that we do have a separate chapter on human rights and relations. We may be the first city to have such a thing. I don't know about that. We had to create it out of whole cloth pretty much. We're very proud of it. It recognizes something that Edina is very proud of, which is that we are a human rights city and we're devoted to human rights. And this really puts it on the record that we are a welcoming community for all people. We've had some incidents of that I think Commissioner or Councilmember Staunton addressed a meeting or two ago about incidents that minority or people, Jewish people or black people have felt less than welcome because of some graffiti in the community and so forth. And this is a great statement for the council to make. The other thing I'd just like to mention is I know there's some disagreements about parts of the plan, particularly on the housing and density, and I understand that. I've seen some comments on social media and elsewhere that the council is not listening to people. I think the meetings that have occurred, a number of which I've been to, would certainly belie that. I think the council has listened very respectfully to all sides of various issues, and I respect the fact that they have been very respectful and thoughtful in developing this plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chair Nelson. Any questions for Chair Nelson? Okay, good. Madam Chair?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm Lori Richmond. I'm chair of the Transportation Commission. I live at 5828 Ewing Avenue South. I'd like to begin by commending you and the Planning Commission on really a great process. It was a lengthy process, and as so many people have said, tons of meetings. I actually met new neighbors and new friends in the city of Edina. It's been really an honor and a pleasure to serve you and the city that I grew up in and love so much. As a member of the Transportation Commission, I will say that all of us experience the same concerns, issues, frustrations with transportation and mobility in Edina that all the rest of the residents do, and have the same concerns for congestion and traffic and all of those issues. We had the great delight to visit with the rest of our commissions. From Energy and Environment, we heard their concerns about things like the salt on the city streets. From Health and from Community Health, we heard about the need for mobility and walkability for our residents as they age. All of these are captured in the transportation plan. I'd also like to thank Mr. Milner and his staff. The transportation chapter is a lengthy one. It's very technical, and the staff did a tremendous job incorporating our visions, our goals, with all of the state requirements. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair Richmond.
I'm Mindy Aller. I live at 4244 Crocker, and I'm also a member of the Transportation Commission. So I just wanted to follow Lori with a few additional comments. One thing that I think is worth mentioning is that, as the council knows, commissioners are members of the public. We are citizens. All residents of Edina are welcome to apply for one of these volunteer positions as a commissioner, as I did, and was then appointed by the council. And one of the reasons that I was excited to join the Transportation Commission at that time was because of the work on the comprehensive plan, that I had never done anything like it and was really interested to kind of be immersed in that process. So it was funny to look back at my calendar and realize, yes, that it was over 2 years ago that we formed a little subcommittee on the Transportation Commission to look in detail at what our transportation chapter was, and as Lori said, to meet with all the other commissions, which I think really has helped strengthen our relationship with other commissions. So this process has had a much greater impact than simply the comprehensive plan that comes out of it, but it has helped us develop relationships across commissions that has helped us as we were creating our work plan for the upcoming year of looking back at what we had stated in the transportation chapter to help guide our priorities for the next year, to look at relationships that we have with other commissions and how we interact in going forward with our plans. Sorry, I made a couple notes so that I wouldn't forget. Another key point, we updated the bike and pedestrian plan as part of the comprehensive planning process too. So that's also included in this, which included its own public process as part of that. So that was another piece that I was really proud of to be a part of that. And then our commissioners come from all the different areas of the city. So I live in the Morningside neighborhood. So as a member of the Morningside steering team, I bring information from what we're talking about on the Transportation Commission and updates that I know of from the city back to my neighborhood. And not only to our steering team, but then also when it came to the small area plan, 44th and France is in our neighborhood. And I know of many of my neighbors that were deeply involved in that process that came through our neighborhood committee that then sends that information out to our neighborhood residents. So I just wanted to bring forward a couple other things and really thank the council and particularly the Planning Commission for having guided this process.
Good. Thanks, Commissioner.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'll continue the stream of commission members tonight. My name is Greg Good. I live at 7028 Shannon Drive and am the current chair of the Park and Recreation Commission. I hope you're not disappointed if I start by saying that we did not rely heavily on the 2008 plan as we developed our 2018 view. Instead, we felt we had a much more relevant voice of our community in a recent needs assessment and park and recreation strategic plan that was developed in 2015. This needs assessment included significant Edina community engagement via resident surveys, topical focus groups, and community workshops in order for us to get a better perspective of opinions across our community. So while we reviewed the 2008 plan, we relied very heavily on our 2015 strategic document as our starting point. The Commission went through a number of iterations discussions, improvements to reach our final document. And I would like to share with you a summary portion of that gives you just a highlight of what we felt were some of the important things as we looked out the next 10 plus years. There are 6 items to note. Briefly, they are: number 1, metrics. Edina has committed a minimum of 15% of its land area for parks and recreation. Done. Completed. As of 2018, we've reached that threshold. The challenge now is to look forward and to begin to understand how will this metric continue to guide us as we think about the next 10 years, especially when future growth includes hardscape considerations, such as the Southdale District. What other metrics should guide our growth, and how should we determine what success looks like? These items are some of the things that are included in the comprehensive plan. And I also note it's an item that you've included in our commission work plan for 2020, so we thank you for that. Number 2, we will commit to developing and updating master plans for each of our larger parks, community and special use parks. These master plans will guide use, growth, and future development. Number 3, working in close concert with our Transportation Commission, we will connect more of Edina via the concept of a Grand Rounds pedestrian and bicycle plan. Number 4, we will use external benchmarking to keep our focus on progress in such areas as effectiveness, growth, management, and sustainability. Number 5, we will work with the City Council to consider new, creative, alternative funding models to maintain our current assets and to support our mission. And number 6, accessibility is an important aspect of park utilization. As such, we remain committed to a standard of having park facilities within 1 mile of each resident in Edina. These are just 6 of the high-level priorities that are embedded in our 2018 comprehensive plan. And as a commission, we encourage your acceptance of the overall plan tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairgood. Is there anyone here from Community Health or from Heritage Preservation Commission? All right, let's move on to then other public testimony. Yes, Ms. Castellano, I see you poised to come forward.
Here I am again. No taller. Roberta Castellano, 4854 France Avenue South. There's a lot on the table. I don't know if you all saw a letter that I submitted today concerning some level of non-disclosure of revisions that were made to the draft comp plan. And one of the problems with that was that the city had represented that the red line document did contain all of the revisions that were done since the March 6th draft, but that actually was false. And so that gives greater concern for me regarding answers that come from the city about changes that are going on or what's being represented. In the case that I discuss, the example that I discuss, the Grandview District Development Framework, or the Grandview SAP, Small Area Plan, was in the first draft, the public hearing draft of the comp plan, but after the initial public hearings, Grandview was deleted from the comp plan, from inclusion, from the list of small area plans being incorporated into the comprehensive plan. And that had been in the executive summary. It was deleted from the executive summary, and the executive summary was backdated. And backdating, there were 3 chapters. In the second draft of the comp plan, there were 3 chapters that had been backdated. The executive summary, chapter 2, do I remember what that was? The community profile chapter and also the land use chapter Back in August, I addressed about 3 false implications that arose from the backdating of the land use chapter as applied to the 50th and France small area plan, especially involving density, as Director Teague discussed. There were some issues about that. So I could go on and on, and I see the yellow light is on, so I'm kind of at the end of the line here. In my letter today, I characterized these repeat problems as backdating, obfuscation, falsification, and undisclosed planning in a public process. So in closing, I will repeat a statement that I previously made on April 2nd at City Council, and again on November 13 at Planning Commission, on April 2 during the Council's public hearing for the 50th and France Small Area Plan. Based on what I observed to be pattern falsification, I testified the City of Edina has demonstrated at this time that they are not capable of conducting a comprehensive plan development, review, and approval process.
You want to submit your written statements to the clerk, and then we'll take a look at them?
You know, my written responses are really to the comments. I have responses to Edina's comments that Director Teague discussed tonight. And so I didn't really get into those, but I did want to provide those to you, if I may do that.
Sure, please. Is that part of also the electronic transmission you made today, the letter, or is that separate from what you're handing the clerk?
The letter, since I sent that electronically, I think
okay.
in, but this is responses that I just put
okay.
together.
All right, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Other folks interested in testifying?
All right, my name is Sheila Berube. I live at 4606 Sunnyside Road. I'm here tonight to voice my support for the comprehensive plan. As a member of the Planning Commission, I've had the opportunity to review and for many of the chapters discuss in detail, oftentimes with the original drafters, both the intent and the evolution of the chapters. So I feel like I'm in a fortunate position to have been able to dive pretty deep on some of this. I'm very proud of the comprehensive plan. I think it's a good representation of a lot of people working together. The one flaw, I think, is that it's just so massive and it includes so much that not everybody has the opportunity to dig deeply into it. You know, at 400 pages plus all the ancillary material coming to 4,000 pages, quite frankly, a lot of people can't reasonably be expected to read all of that. I think of the default then is sometimes people rely on sound bites or social media, unfortunately. So I think that's human nature. So what I want to do just quickly is reiterate for those people who didn't have a chance to dive in that, again, approximately 7% of the area is slated for change. I appreciate that the plan aims to preserve our neighborhoods, our parks, our schools, while allowing flexibility to continue to add vitality and freshness to what are referred to as the nodes, and those are the 7%, the area of change. Being 44th in France, 15th in France, the Southdale area, the Grandview area, Wooddale Valley View, and 70th and Cahill. I believe the comprehensive plan to be logical, well thought through, a document that will allow Edina to evolve while remaining a healthy, vibrant community that we're happy to call home. So Mayor Hovland and City Council members, you'll be serving the current citizens of Edina well by passing the comprehensive plan before you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify? Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor and City Council members, my name is Martha Moffett, and I live at 4929 Maple Road in Edina. And first, compliments to the very comprehensive and detailed the time and expertise that's been put into this comprehensive plan. I wanted to raise just one issue, which is traffic density. On Maple Road, we're particularly concerned with this issue because with Nolan Mains currently being developed and other property within the plan to be developed soon, I'm sure, the traffic density looks like it will definitely increase in our area. And people trying to get from France to 50th, maybe to get over to 100, often cut through 49th Street and Maple Road. So our traffic is increasing all the time. The comprehensive plan identifies 50th and France as a potential problem location for traffic density. And then there's other places within the comprehensive plan as well, but I'm particularly focused on our area, on my area. But then there's also another place in the comprehensive plan where it specifically states that traffic density has not, I believe I'm right on this, has not been looked into in a specific detailed way. I know there's been, the wonderful Transportation Commission has looked into a lot of important areas in the issue of transportation, but as for traffic density itself, I just wonder if the council is satisfied that that's been looked into sufficiently so that we have a viable residential and business model sustainable going forward to keep our areas as attractive as it is now. I know in the 70s comprehensive plan, the city fathers, probably they were all fathers at that time, took steps that were important of putting in parking garages and the loop, kind of the loop around what is now Market Street and then Halifax to bring traffic around to take the traffic density away from 50th and France. And so I just have a concern that with the continued development, I know one of the small area plans for our area points that was made is that traffic would be slowed around Halifax as more residential units were put in that area. And I immediately was concerned about that since Halifax is one of the few ways now to get traffic around the 50th and France area. And so if that's going to be slowed as part of this plan, and then there's more development, I just wanted to ask the council going forward, before you approve specific implementation of development of this plan, that whether traffic density will be looked into in a just in an intelligent way, in a way that's looking forward for our city to continue to make it the wonderful place that it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. Anyone else wish to testify? Okay, all right. Not seeing anybody standing up or coming forward. Oh, all right, here. Kind of the, yeah, felt like an auctioneer there. Kind of almost slammed a gavel on going 3 times.
All you have to do is say that. First, I want to express my gratitude to you, Mayor and members of the City Council, city staff, the planning and other commissions, our consultants, and the small area plan working groups. This plan was created by and belongs to our whole community. It is a coherent vision and an integrated guide to Edina's future growth and development. A guide provides flexibility, chiefly through its zoning codes, to enable adjustments to changing circumstances over a 10-year period. And speaking of changing circumstances, we face a climate crisis, and it's getting late. The UN International Panel on Climate Change recently stated that we must reduce global carbon emissions by half in the next 10 to 12 years if the planet is to avoid disastrous consequences, and those are already occurring. This plan works to promote sustainability through innovation in energy conservation, stormwater management, and by gradually increasing housing density around neighborhood commercial nodes designated for development. The modest, flexible zoning and land use ordinances for higher density development also make the construction of affordable housing financially feasible. Council members have insisted upon the need for a broad continuum of affordable housing for people of diverse backgrounds and stages of life. The housing chapter provides that. This will help the city reach its equity and diversity goals. Who knows? It could even mean that our grown children could afford to live here. By building in with higher densities, the plan supports an expanded public transportation system, reduces commuter traffic and carbon emissions, and potentially transforms streets and parking areas into an enhanced public realm. This will result in a healthier quality of life for people of all ages and economic circumstances. Finally, in essence, this is about change. Change is hardest when it's rapid and forced upon us. I get that. Climate change, for example. When this happens, the key question is, how will we respond? With fear and hostility, or acceptance, courage, and ingenuity? When I was thinking about this, in regard to the hard and urgent challenges of our climate crisis, I was reminded of the quotation from Deuteronomy on the wall of the Holocaust Museum in Washington. Quote, "I call heaven and earth to witness against you today, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and curse. Choose life that you and your offspring may live." This plan, created for these times by our community, moves us in the right direction for the common good. I respectfully urge approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Milton. Anyone care to follow Ms. Milton? Is there a preacher in the room? All right. All right, seeing no one else coming forward, I better hit the gavel this time, I think. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
We have a second? We've got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. And now, we've got a couple of questions that popped up, and council members may have tracked some of these better than I did. So the last question from our resident Martha on Maple Road dealt with how transportation issues were dealt with. I think either our consultants or our chair and vice chair could address this, the ETC chair and vice chair. But I think there's a comprehensive transportation chapter in that does look at both our existing transportation infrastructure as well as planning for future change. Whether anybody wants to comment on that or reference Martha to a particular section of the plan that she'd want to read, feel free to come forward and provide that information. And incidentally, I thought the two of you did an excellent job, you and Commissioner Ehlers, on writing that piece recently for, I think it was for the Sun newspaper.
Yes, thank you.
On our transportation infrastructure system.
Thank you. With regard to traffic density, I think we do address it directly in the comprehensive plan. I don't have the plan in front of me, and honestly, it's been months since I've looked at our chapter. But I know that specifically the 50th and France area, the small area plan group came to visit us to say this is a concern. And we work with the traffic folks, staff, to do traffic impact studies. And so every development that's done, in fact, if you looked at the Sun Current, the traffic impact studies, the analyses, do actually take into consideration all of the development, the current and in the area, and they also look at all the adjacent intersections. Is there something more you'd like me to address on that?
Well, I think that's helpful. You know, that you've dealt with this in the plan. Mr. Smith?
Yeah. Sure.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair Richmond.
Mayor and council members, Ms. Moffitt raises a very interesting point. The traffic congestion on 50th, as everybody knows, is tight. Volumes are rising, not due so much to the development that is occurring in the area, but more because of sort of trip geography. 50th is like this sort of connection point. It's, if you think of large traffic generators to the east, traffic generators to the west, 50th is sort of the bar that puts those in that dumbbell kind of shape configuration. The plan largely looks at traffic in a couple of ways. Comprehensive plans are large and really high level, and so there are streets, 50th included, 50th that are addressed. We did look at level of service. We looked at the lane configurations on 50th. But you'll find more sort of detail in the small area plans. I think Dan Cornell talked about how the small area plans give you an opportunity to really dig down and dig deep. And each of the small area plans includes recommendations for these traffic impact studies. Consistent with every development, every major development, the plans want the city to do traffic impact studies. And what's unique, I think, about the traffic impact studies that are described in the small area plans is that they are to look broadly, not just at the immediate intersections and streets that are going to be impacted by a development, but also at adjacent neighborhoods. And so that is something that's additionally included. That's a little bit atypical for traffic impact studies. They usually look right at the immediate area of development. We push that a little bit further and ask that the neighborhoods that are adjacent to developments be included as well.
Mm-hmm. I noticed in the plan that there was some reference to roads that we need to be concerned about now and need to be looking at in terms of potential solutions, and then there was some forecasting on some areas that may be difficult, creating difficulty in the future.
You're correct, Mayor. And again, in the comp plan, we're looking at those really larger kinds of roads. That's why we look specifically at the South Dare, Greater South Gel area. In fact, there was a transportation study that was done specifically to look at that. What we found is that, yes, there is congestion, but we also found that the mitigation measures for those are not extreme. They're really fall into the category of what we call TSM, Transportation System Management. And that's where you can adjust traffic signals, change traffic control devices, add a right turn lane. And those are the kinds of things that are suggested for rather quick and comparatively inexpensive mitigations to improve the traffic congestion in Southville, for example.
Okay.
One last point I'd like to make is that the comprehensive plan, and I think the previous council, not to disparage you, the current council, but the 2008 council, in pointing out these areas where change is anticipated to occur, pretty wise move. Growth in the metropolitan area consistently, every community, is being encouraged to occur along transit corridors. Traffic congestion, growth in traffic is just, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do things the way we've done them. So by having growth and development occur along transit corridors, it really says, let's get out of our cars, let's take the bus. Unfortunately, it's just not going to be the same. We're going to have to change the way we travel.
Okay, all right, thank you. The other question that I had written down was one that we talked about briefly before, I think, and that was Ms. Castellano raised the issue of there was a red line version that was supposed to capture changes, and she was concerned that some of these changes didn't get actually captured. And then there was some backdating, and maybe you can explain or tie together those particular issues. Director Teague.
I didn't have an opportunity to look in detail at each one of her comments, so I don't know if I can comment specifically. Perhaps I could ask Mr. Smith to, so the red line came in a little bit late into the process. We had, from the feedback that we received, people wanted to see what those changes were. So we went to the consulting team and asked them to start to put that document together in addition to the changes. Perhaps they want to speak to how all that came about.
All right.
I will address those directly. I think I made during my comment earlier homage to your most excellent proofreaders. The backdating, any that occurred was purely accidental. We had multiple versions of this. We had an automatic process to do the redlining. It's possible we didn't get the right dates on there. The version that will go forward will be corrected. It is not substantively trying to step back for the process, but just merely an oversight, I would say. And I can speak to the Grandview comment as well. I think that we had some discussion about ensuring that any reference to the lid or planning around that is not included in the plan, not specifically called out. And so there's been some change in language. The development framework, however, is part of the plan, the adopted small area plan for that area, but not the more recent work.
Yeah, I thought I noticed reference to the Grandview plan in there, so it's just that you remove the information about that potential lid project? Is that
Yes, that's
fair
correct.
characterization? Okay.
And,
Yes,
and the transportation study as well?
Yes.
Okay. So the development framework from 2012 and the transportation study from 2016 are both part of the plan?
Correct.
Even though they're not kind of technically referred to as a small area plan because they came before those?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question for Mr. Teague. We touched briefly earlier on the 50th and France area, the density, and that it moved down from 100 to 75 units. When we voted on the small area plan that night, we also had a 4-story limitation in there. I just want to like your feedback on that, to be certain that that's what was included there. Secondly is when the plan goes to the Metropolitan Council, as I assume that it will, when that occurs, then can the Metropolitan Council weigh in on height given the density levels that we've incorporated there? Can they come back with a further recommendation?
I doubt that the Met Council would come back with any comments on height. When we started, our previous comprehensive plan in 2008 had very specific height limits. The Met Council says, well, you don't need to do that. That's really a function of your zoning regulations. They had indicated you can talk about height, recognize what the zoning ordinance requires. Within the 50th plan, there is mention of the 4-story height limit, but there's also language in there that talks about if there are proposals for increases in height over those 4 stories, there are certain criteria that the Council and Planning Commission can consider in granting a variance to that effect. So I believe that that's how the language reads in the 50th plan. There's not a hard and fast cap of 4 stories. That's a function of the zoning.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. In fact, I've got some of that language from page 14 of that plan that addresses that very issue. That if there are certain private realm improvements or other things that would assist the city with the cost of implementing public realm improvements, it's not a hard and fast rule on the 4-story height limitation, but it should remain in place, but subject to just a couple of variations. Other questions for Mr. Teague? I've got a few here. I know that all of us have received emails from probably many people that we know in our community that are concerned about the comprehensive plan. They're not here this evening. They've been reactive, I think, to an email that was sent out from a website in Edina, and certain assertions were made from that website to people in our community about why they shouldn't support the plan, or why they should write in and say we don't support the plan because the plan does this. And these were elements that were set out by the website. And so I wanted to go through those with you because I've got those in front of me here. And they were asking people to send this email to the city council in kind of a cut and paste. I'm not sure everybody did that. I'm sure people were, some were doing that, probably some weren't, had their own notion of objecting to the plan. I don't know if they participated in any of these 180 meetings or not, or if this is all 11th hour. But here was some of the assertions that were made in that email that came from that particular website. 33%, it says, I have my reasons not to support the plan. your vision will bring, the city's vision, will bring a 33% increase in population and a 44% increase in housing units by 2040, which would be, of course, 20 years from now, 21 years from now. So did you look at that issue?
We did. Staff, along with the consultant team, prepared some responses. In regard to that one, while the plan does include forecasts from the Met Council to assist them in their future sewer, water, and roadway planning, they're not goals of the plan. The forecasts are based on Met Council's modeled analysis of regional economic trends. The forecasting growth is necessary to ensure that the city is adequately prepared for the change that's coming and to support them both on the regional and local levels. In looking at, I'm not sure where they got the 33% increase and the 44%. I just did a quick calculation using the 2020 forecast, or the estimate of population of 55,000, and the forecasted 2040 population of 63,600. I come up with a 16% increase there. And again, using the 2020 household estimate of 24,000 and the forecasted 2040 households of 29,800, that would be an increase of 24%. So I'm not sure where their starting point was exactly and where they came up with the 33 and the 44%.
All right. And then one of the other assertions, the next assertion was that residential density increases all across the city. And would you comment on that, please?
Sure. So there are density increases outside of the Southdale area. They are generally, as we've talked about tonight, within the areas where the small area plans have been done in the greater Southdale district plan. So, you know, the nodes are spread out through the city, but there's no density increase that's proposed in any medium density or low density residential area.
So residential density increases are not planned all across the city?
That's correct.
All right. And then it's said that we don't like your vision because and they've got a specific number here, 7,491 housing units assigned to high-density multifamily and upland use categories. I'm not sure I quite understand that one, but did you look at that?
I believe that statement is true. The density increases that we're forecasting are all within the commercial areas and the high-density residential areas. So I believe this is a true statement.
All right, so that would be in the greater Southdale area?
The greater Southdale area and in the small area, in those commercial nodes,
okay.
Right.
All right. That the city has a vision for high growth and urbanization not shared by most of the community. So I think that speaks to who participated in this project, and why don't you comment on that again? Who worked on this plan for the last 2 years and 8 months?
Yeah, certainly. So this to me is the key element of the plan. This really was led by Edina residents. As we're touched on, the Comprehensive Plan Task Force is the Planning Commission, and then all the various members of the other commissions that put together their individual chapters within the small area plan work groups and the greater Southdale district plan. It totals nearly 100 Edina residents that really directed and led this plan. It's residents of Edina. This is their vision.
All right. And then Member Staunton mentioned this earlier. Did the school district comment at all? Because one of the assertions here is that it's going to, if this comp plan's authorized for submission to the Met Council, that it's going to create unpredictable, potentially risky impacts to the school district.
Yeah, so we put out an offer to meet with each of the school districts, Edina, Hopkins, and Richfield. Staff, along with our consultants and members of the Planning Commission, went and met with the Edina School District to present the plan. And they didn't provide any formal written comments to us. We did the same as well with the Richfield School Board. I went to one of their school board meetings and presented some of the detail of the plan. And again, they didn't provide any written comments.
All right. Might be a good time to also comment on the study done by Hazel Reinhardt, who is a former state demographer that the city and the school district worked on together.
Yes, yeah, so that study was done along with the city and the school board. And some of the conclusions were that really the biggest impact on enrollment is from the tear-down rebuilds. When she looked at the numbers that are coming out of our new apartment developments, those numbers are very small. So the biggest impact is really within the low-density residential area with the tear-down rebuilds.
All right. In fact, I think she said it was a phenomenon. That the tear-down rebuild made us seem actually like an emerging suburb, which is quite a rarity for a first-ring suburb, fully developed. And then we're adding more traffic to already deficient roadways. What's the comment there?
As touched on earlier here, with each development, we do a traffic impact analysis, and it goes beyond just traffic. We look at bikes, sidewalks, all modes of transportation when we do those analysis. And it's all built upon, we have a model in the greater Southdale district that we build upon. Each new development that comes in gets plugged into that model and is run, and at certain points we hit levels where improvements need to be made to the roadways. One thing I wanted to mention too, and maybe it touches on the next comment, is with these increases in density that are suggested, doesn't mean that every property is going to develop to that high density. Most of this increase in density is found in our commercial zoning district. So we're not going to eliminate all the office uses, all the retail uses. We are adding some additional density, but I don't anticipate the high end of the density ranges happening over every parcel that's guided for a potential increase in density. Any project that comes before the Planning Commission is likely going to require a rezoning or something that they're asking the city to do, and we review each project on a case-by-case basis. Some of them might not meet our design standards. Some of the standards that are included within the small area plans and within the comprehensive plan itself are pretty high standards to meet in order to get that additional density.
All right. And speaking of zoning, I think probably a question for a lot of folks would be, does the comprehensive plan anticipate any changes in zoning? Because you might think that it would require some extensive changes in zoning.
Yes, and it really does not. There's just 3 parcels that would require rezoning if the comp plan is approved as written. And those are found on 3 properties in the 70th and Cahill area. They're all located east of Amundsen. One of them is a project that the Planning Commission and City Council has already approved on a preliminary basis. It's the affordable housing project at the intersection of 70th and Amundsen. There's a property to the south of that, or 2 properties to the south of the former dry cleaner site that are currently zoned and guided industrial use, and the comprehensive plan proposes a change to the commercial and residential use. Mm-hmm. So the city has a couple of options. The Met Council requires us to bring our zoning into compliance with the comprehensive plan. We could rezone those properties to allow those uses, or we could find that maybe that industrial use is appropriate at this time, and we change the comprehensive plan to bring it back to the industrial category. As you recall, one of the recommendations of the plan is to study the entirety of the industrial park. That's something that we could flesh out as part of that process as well.
Okay. And then they said the comprehensive plan, in a negative way, the assertion is that it changes or affects 100% of the community. And I think that's true.
I believe that's true as well.
Yeah. And why is it true? What's the intent of the comprehensive plan?
It's to provide a vision and help guide development the way the city wants to see it for the future, and that does impact everybody.
Good. I think those were the main bullet points that were raised in the email that many of us received. So, council members, other questions for Director Teague or any of the consultants? Otherwise, we could, Member Brindle, would you want to give us your thoughts here?
Sure. So I didn't count the emails that we've gotten. We've gotten a good number of them in support of the comprehensive plan draft, and we have gotten a good number of them, and I would say most of those are identical to one another. It's a form letter just sent, and with some of the points that the mayor just mentioned. And in those, there are very real concerns from the people who submit them. And I guess what I would say is that the concerns expressed about population growth and density, increase in density, therefore increase in traffic density, are not specific to Edina. Look at any city around us, and the growth that is happening in St. Louis Park, the growth that is happening in Minnetonka. It is along transit lines, so the anticipation of what now is becoming Southwest Corridor Light Rail, you are finding a lot of density building along that corridor. So where is density going to happen in Edina? It is going to happen where stuff is. And that stuff really concentrates around transit. And that is where density is. That's where it will continue to be. That's where it belongs. And that's why transit is there. Transit doesn't just go places to get, it chooses where the density is because that's where most of their riders are, which makes it a challenge for the rest of us in other parts of Edina where transit is not convenient to us. But that's really where that density is going to happen. So when we hear that the growth and increased density is going to affect 7% of our city, I think that's very true. And I think you can identify it because you can see it happening in other communities and you can see it happening here. The Loden, the location of the Loden apartment building at Bren Road is no accident. It's on the regional trail and it's on light rail. So, so the growth does not, the growth itself doesn't bother me because I think we're all in this together. By 2040, we've got another, conservatively, 350,000 people moving to Hennepin County. And we are going to get our share of those people. We want our share of those people. Because if we don't, then we stand as we are, we get old, we get stale, and then we wonder what's happening to our property values, what's happening to our retail, what's happening to all the pieces that really depend on the vibrancy of growth. So we are challenged because we have very little space for new development. And so that's why so much of what we're hearing about is focused on density. So I'll let that sit for now. Some of the other parts of the plan that I thought were, I really like the inclusion of economic development, economic competitiveness in the plan. It focuses on what is happening at Southdale right now. If I put myself back 10 years ago in 2018, when I was first elected, 2019, we We voted very early in my time on the comprehensive plan 10 years ago. We all were wondering what is going to happen with Southdale, because at the time it was just sitting there. And it was in a state of, I'll just use the word decay. And Simon, I do believe we have the right owner for the right time, for our time. So their vision is Southdale as a center, not as a retail center, but as a center. It's a center of activity. It's a center of experiences. So that's why you're seeing what you're seeing, and why the library is moving to Southdale. And before too long, I think you'll see some other uses happen there. So when you look at what's happening with retail, I'm reminded of some friends of ours were in New York, in Manhattan, and they said the closed retail shops that used to be these amazing, glittery luxury shops, they're boarded up, they're closed. And what is opening are little local businesses. And so that's actually something that the folks at Southdale have been talking about, is enticing local businesses to come into Southdale. Online shopping is here, online retail is here, and it's not going to go away. But I think it's what you buy, just the stuff you buy. But if you really want something special, you're going to go find it in a retail. But that's, of course, what I would do. But then toward the end of that chapter, I like the comments about broadband infrastructure. You know, we've talked a number of times about citywide broadband and whether that's a good idea for us. So I like the fact that that is in there, kind of lays a placeholder for us to continue thinking about. Really, it's an equity thing. Access to the internet is important for everyone. I agree, I'm married to a guy who uses the internet for some things, but he'll never have a phone. But we all use it. We will become more and more dependent on it. If we have kids in school, if we have grandkids in school, you see how dependent they are on it. So I think that is a good thing to include in the plan. The arts and culture chapter, I think, also enlightens us. It's insight. It's important to us. It's really an indication of how important art has become in our community. And that's really not the right way to say it. I think art has always been important in our community, and now we're finally saying it. So I look at the decision in Bloomington. They voted, it was 7.2 million. They voted in about 2003 on a referendum vote. It was the only thing on the ballot to build a Bloomington Art Center. And you couldn't do it for 7.2 million today, but it transformed the arts community in this part of the Twin Cities. And so I think it's a really good example of what can be done, and how the transformation of the Art Center can be just a huge shot in the arm and a real energy source for Edina as well. So I do like the fact that it's included in the comprehensive plan. Finally, just to wrap up, because I know I've taken way more time than the mayor probably expected, but then, you know. But thank you to everyone who put sweat and equity into the making of this comprehensive plan. It's an enormous effort. If you were involved in it, you know how enormous it is. If you were not, you've got a pretty good idea after listening to it for the last hour, maybe a little more than an hour, of what went into this. So I thank everyone. I think it's a very strong plan. I'm very excited about the Parks chapter and the innovation in funding parks. If you're in work sessions where we're talking about the budget, I have many times mentioned we have to find a funding source to maintain our parks. So it's good to have that in there. So thank you, and I am in support of putting this forward to the Metropolitan Council.
Thank you. Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The 2018 Comprehensive Plan is the result of many hours and hard work by its framers. They should be recognized and appreciated for all their time and efforts, because it's an overwhelming job. Those comprehensive plans, any comprehensive plan, can only reflect those assembling and voting on them. They can be clear visions of what can happen, and they can be amended and disassembled as well along the way. That's happened at the 2008 plan on numerous occasions. There's been a lot of discussion even tonight about the 2008 plan. In fact, I've heard almost as much about the 2008 plan, as many references to it as 2018. So it's interesting. I just read a transcript of the 2008 comp plan vote meeting that was 11 years ago yesterday. It's fascinating to note the similarities in discussion, in conversation, the same kinds of conversations that are occurring here tonight, all the emails that the mayor has referenced, emails that came in during the draft plan vote. Then Councilmember Joni Bennett said at that time, a clear majority, strong majority, overwhelming majority of people in this community did not expect that the community would remain unchanged, but that it would continue to be the kind of place that they moved to with a balance of residential and commercial areas, that it would not be an urban environment. To me, Farmer Member Bennett was considering in those remarks the difference between transformation and change. Change is driven by external forces. We've talked about that here tonight. We create change, where transformation is driven by internal longing to become different, to become better. The question that shapes my perspective on the comp plan is simply, what is the spirit of this place, Edina? I believe that the clear majority of the residents of our town would very much like to be part of something special, something that works, something respected. That majority does not reflect 1930s attitudes. It doesn't relate to restrictive covenants or limitations. It does aspire to an attitude of justice, embracing diversity and creating opportunity. I remain hopeful that that majority is open to divergent opinions and can benefit from respectful debate. In May, when voting on the draft plan for 2018, the presenting commissioner was asked if every land use proposed in the plan was built to the maximum density allowable, how many units could be built under the plan? No real answer was forthcoming, and in fairness, that question was simply not anticipated. But I found that curious because my concerns stated at that time were relative to infrastructure, capability, and traffic counts. Those have come up here tonight. Those concerns really center on the population increase of 9.6%, can't go to 30, but 9.6% from 2010 to 2018, and it's projected 14.7 increase by 2020. So we continue down the road of high levels of population increase, and our percentage of change is high. One force driving development in our town is our leadership in affordable housing. We're doing a good job in this area, which is often referred to as workforce housing. By doing so, we do our part in offsetting homelessness and allowing folks to live closer to work in many instances. This is important work. And we can be more efficient in this area as well. I think especially as we regard permanence of affordable housing Often we can find that in the area of naturally occurring affordable housing. Still, our growth under the comp plan would come almost entirely in high-density multifamily. And based on what has been developed over the past few years, it seems likely that most new units will be rentals. There's no judgment on that, other than that we should understand that it's significant change. The number of units, the land use categories they'll be in, and that they'll be high-density multifamily with a certain number affordable is what the comp plan tells us. To come back to the maximum number of units which could be built in high density and up land use categories only under the comp plan changes, it's a very large number. Most would say, when they looked at that number of what is possible, too much. Is that the vision for the comp plan? No, I think not. I think right now, 7491 is the number that I have, and that's the one that has been mentioned earlier. So that's a small fraction, really, of the number that could be possible. So when I look at those densities, when we increase up to 150 units per acre, I think, what's the vision there? What is the fraction? We've got 7491, but what's the real fraction of the potential density? If we wouldn't build it, why is it there? We've been racing past every forecast for a few years now, and I think that this opens the door to more of the same. Yet, there's a time element involved to submit the plan to the Met Council, and we're out of time. We have to do that. As of today, however, we still await the results of the Housing Strategy Task Force, as well as the housing needs analysis from Maxfield Research. We don't have any real architectural review capability. We don't have much to guide us, so in closing, I just ask that we be vigilant about the potential for carelessness, that we recognize the implications of what we encourage. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the first 2 points I was going to make were really kind of, my thunder was stolen by the public comments, and that was, first, that this document is about so much more than land use and housing. And second is that the council didn't write it. And the folks from our commissions, particularly the chairs and other members of the commission who came up, I just think made the point better than I could ever make the point, that there's so much work that went into this. I remember back at the beginning when we met with the commissions, one of the things we said is, let's not have it be a bunch of silos. Let's make sure each chapter is interacting with the other. Let's make sure everybody's talking to each other. And I just couldn't be more pleased with the result that you demonstrated just by those brief comments that obviously represent hours and hours and hours of work by many people other than the chairs who came up. So it's interesting with the breadth of the comprehensive plan, the various chapters of various important things about the vision for our future, how really there wasn't any comment on any of those chapters except for land use and housing. And I think that's both an indication of the great work that was done and the anxiety and the focus that is on the land use and housing areas. So I want to turn my attention to that section of the code as well, or of the comprehensive plan as well. And maybe echoing some of the comments you've heard already, note that change and growth are not new to our community. I mean, that's one of the secrets to our success. If you think about change, a couple of examples to think about: 50th and France. In 1973, 50th and France had 5 gas stations and a red barn. We remember it fondly, but it wasn't what it is today. And there's been, if you look at the history, every 10 or 15 years there were major changes. There were the parking ramps, there were the ring roads that Ms. Moffett referred to. There was, various different changes. In 2007, the council approved, or 2006, the council approved a 4-story mixed-use condominium building at 5000 France. The zoning code actually had to be changed to permit mixed use at that time. Up until that time, in that commercial area, you could not have residential. And I don't think anybody would tell you today that that was something that made the 50th and France area worse. I think it made it better. So the other example that I think about is Southdale. And if you think about Victor Gruen's original notion of Southdale, it was as a town center. It had grocery and hardware stores. It was this area that was going to have one-stop shopping for everything you could possibly want. And from the 50s into the 60s, that started to evolve into the department store era. So it had 4 major anchor department stores. It's where everyone went for department store work, purchasing. And then in the late 90s and the 2000s, it then added restaurants and entertainment. It became a place where there had to be more than just department stores. And now we're watching yet another evolution as the retail revolution of this century changes that whole dynamic. That the department store era is coming to an end, and you see something like the Hennepin County Service Center, the Hennepin County Library, Lifetime Fitness. There's going to be a dramatic change in that area. An apartment building on one corner, a hotel on another corner. Restoration Hardware, which is clearly an experience-based retailer. Those are the changes that we're watching happen right before our eyes. So it is clear that we have been comfortable and we've been successful with change over the years, for 50 years or longer. We've also had a lot of growth. There's been a lot of discussion about growth numbers. And one of the things as I've looked into those numbers, and there's a great chart on page 3-3 of the comprehensive plan that just talks about population in the community and number of households in the community from 1970 and then forecasting it on all the way to 2040. And if you look at the period from 1970 to 2000, it's true that there was only a 7% growth of population. But there was a 38% increase in the number of households during that time. And if you think about it, it makes sense. The folks who are in the back of the room waiting patiently know that their communities were developed back in the 70s and the 80s and Parkwood Knolls in the 90s. Those of us who live on the west side of town know that all of that developed, and it was just, what's the next piece of empty land we can fill with a single-family house? There wasn't much thinking that had to go into developing new households. We kept developing. And the reason that the population didn't grow at the same pace is we didn't have 7 and 8 and 9 kids anymore. We had 2, 3, maybe 4 kids. And folks who had kids in the schools, whose kids moved out, they liked the community so much they stayed in those houses. So they only had 2 members in their household. So the population growth didn't match the number of households growing. So then you come to really the turn of the century, and there's been really 3 dynamics we've been dealing with that are shaping this comprehensive plan, I think. One is we ran out of land. And about the end of the last century, there just isn't any more open land. So not surprisingly, we've seen tear down rebuilds for the last 20 years as people have tried to move in and refresh the community. And the second is that the retail world is going through a seismic change. And these nodes, these commercial nodes that we relied on as part of the mix, are changing. You know, Southdale is already different. The greater Southdale area is different. 50th and France is different. And we have to figure out new ways to refresh those nodes. And then the third dynamic we're dealing with is climate change. We see it on water, we see it on energy, we see it everywhere, and we know we have to deal with it. So when I look at the comprehensive plan, what I see is that it's focused on a small portion of the community. We are choosing to preserve the single-family neighborhoods we have in this community that is over 90% of the land area. And it is certainly the foundation of the community. It's these single-family neighborhoods around great schools and great parks. But we have an opportunity in these nodes to figure out what to do next. And the question becomes, what's the vision for the future of that? And I think Member Anderson made a good point when he talks about, I think the anxiety we're feeling is that there's been, as we've been trying to plan this, it's kind of like flying the airplane while you're building it. We've permitted some things, and it tends to be all one size fits all. It's a lot of high-density housing right now, and people are taking that to its logical conclusion, and they're understandably nervous about that. But I think as we explore what the development should be in these nodes, and each of the small area planning groups did a phenomenal job of shaping what the vision is for each of those areas. The one missing piece is, what do we do about housing? And as Member Anderson noted, we've got a housing strategy task force that's at work as we speak, trying to figure out how the mix is going to work. How are we going to make sure that folks who live in single-family homes and want to stay in the community but don't have kids in the schools anymore might think about leaving their big single-family home and moving into some other type of housing so a new young family with young kids can come in and move into the schools? How do we keep refreshing our community so that the foundation of the community, the single-family neighborhoods, the schools, the parks, stay at the high quality that they're at? And I think that's the next challenge. That's the challenge as we implement this. I'm a huge supporter of the work that's been done on this. I'm a huge supporter of the plan. I will vote in favor of it. But I don't think we should pretend that the work is done. The work in many ways is just beginning. We need to figure out how to shape the variety of types, affordability, sizes, shapes, locations of housing in our community so that we can supplement this great foundation we have of single-family, low-density neighborhoods. So I will vote in favor, and I want to close just by thanking Chair Olson, the planning commissioners, the members of all the commissions. You represent literally hundreds of other people who have participated at one level or another in this whole process. And I commend you for your work, and I enthusiastically endorse it. Thank you.
Member Sutton. Member Fisher.
So I ran for city council in November of 2016 because I wanted to be sitting up here tonight when we voted on this plan. Now, looking back, that was just nuts. I hope I've added some value during these 3 years while I've been waiting for tonight. But I went back and looked at my notes when I was out knocking on all of those doors. And this is what I was telling people about the comprehensive plan. That I wanted it to be forward-looking. I wanted, a goal would be to understand that change is inevitable, but we need to embrace it rather than fear it. To not be afraid of big ideas, because Edina has been built on big ideas. You only have to look at, and as Councilmember Staunton, you know, the former hodgepodge of gas stations, which is now our beautiful 50th and France district, which has been evolving over all of these years, that was planned. The gravel pit that became Centennial Lakes was planned. Edinburgh, you know, a unique, one-of-a-kind indoor park, public space within private development. And of course, Southdale, which continues to evolve today. All planned during the course of our history. And the last item was to be inclusive, that we would involve the community in creating this plan. And more importantly, we would plan for everyone in our community. I just want to congratulate the Planning Commission and all of the commissioners that are here tonight, not to mention staff and our consultant team and all of the public that joined in on this. You have exceeded every one of my expectations for what this plan could be. We had, you know, the mayor said we had over 100 Edina residents involved in writing this plan. I calculated the numbers. I'm at a little over 150, actually. And I'm really happy that you chose not to sort of sanitize the writing style so it looked like it came from one author. This should always look like it came from a lot of authors, because it did. That's the magic of this plan. 180 public meetings over 3 years. Our Better Together website I asked staff for the numbers. We had 3,300 visits where people had varying levels of activity. 2,200 aware visits, which means they were clicking on things. 791 informed visits, which means they clicked and downloaded and printed things. And 31 engaged visitors, meaning they participated in the various tools. So there were a lot of ways that people interacted. There's been reference to email chains and social media suggesting the council was driving a specific agenda here, or that specifically, we're writing a plan and advancing rapid growth. And I read every email. I took everyone seriously because everyone's opinions count. And there is concern there, and some of it's been addressed. And I think that's real. I want to address a little bit of that. But before I get to that, I'm going to say that I'm really proud that I have not suggested any specific words, ideas, or numbers to be inserted in this plan. Not one. This was all you. I will say I want to add 2 words, though, tonight. On page 11, I'd like to add the words Bob and then Stewart right after that. Under acknowledgements, I think it is really important that we acknowledge a council member that spent 2 years working on this plan as well. And I think I had mentioned that before, but somehow it didn't get in there. I do want to make sure that is in there. I think my role isn't to help write a plan. We had all the right people doing that. My role was to get it across the finish line. That's why I wanted to be here. And the backstory on that, Jennifer, would you mind putting up the first 2 pages? So I was one of you in 2008. I was on the Planning Commission, and we were responsible for the comp plan. And we had not nearly this many public meetings, probably got up to about 80 or so. Not nearly the number of hands involved in writing it. You far exceeded what we achieved. But previous to that, I'd been on the Housing Task Force in 2004, where a large group of community residents talked about the need for more variety of housing in our community. This is 2004. So by the time 2008 rolled along, we had a pretty robust chapter on housing in our comp plan. Now, I don't know all the reasons why, but this yellow represents the edits that happened here at the council level after all that work was done. So imagine if we were up here tonight just editing away. And it's not to get into any of the details other than to say if you were to read some of this stuff, there's a lot of great ideas in there that got edited away, never to be seen because that wasn't the final plan. And I find it interesting that today, 11 years later, this council is being criticized because we don't have a housing plan, right? We have formed the Housing Task Force again. And hopefully we will do this the right way and get out there and understand what we need in this community. But it's some of that same, I'm convinced that there was an element of fear in 2008 about what that meant. Those different types of housing. It's different than what we know. But it's so important when you're planning to reach out and think about how we're going to evolve. So the fact that we took that out of the plan doesn't change the fact that we evolved. We're going to evolve. But having a plan helps you get there, helps you have the path. And that's what people are clamoring for today. I wish we had it 11 years ago. It would have made this much easier approaching tonight. We've also gotten emails about the pace of change. Jennifer, could you just put that last page up, and then I promise I won't ask you to run over there again. So I was looking back. By the way, I carry this with me all the time. This is a 2008 plan. This is the edited version from the City Council. It's a special edition. I promise I will let this go. My wife's probably at home going, let it go. I will let it go. But this is the page on population, and I only put this up And honestly, I don't remember why the council edited the words that said, the city's population is expected to increase about 9% over the next 25 years, and they edited it to 3%. And I'm sure that felt better. Did it change what really happened? I don't think it did. You know what changed what really happened? 10 years of an economic boom changed what really happened. So having a plan that addresses whether we have a boom or a bust in the economic cycles, we're not going to continue on this run forever. We may, next year, things may go south and we'll be saying, how did we ever think that we're going to grow that much? The point is, we don't pick a target and grow to it. That's not how the plan works. So, as regarding the pace of change, and this may sound repetitive, I think I've said this before, but I really think a comp plan is like your vehicle's navigation system, your GPS. But it's the map view, right? So you get the whole map view. It's not that step-by-step part, because we don't know what the step-by-steps are going to be, because we don't know what's going to come at us. But if we have the big picture, we can deal with however it comes at us at whatever pace. And most certainly, the comp plan is not the speedometer, right? No idea, again, about the pace. So I kind of wish the Met Council didn't put numbers in the plan, because that would have made it a lot easier, a lot less angry emails for sure. But they do put those numbers in because it's their projections. And yes, they met with our staff to come up with those numbers. But as Carrie said earlier, this is how the Met Council sort of sets up their long-range capital planning. They want to know what parts of the metro they're going to invest in 20 years from now and different types of infrastructure. I look at that kind of like I look at the census. We are far better off making sure everyone's counted than undercounting. I want to make sure, no matter what happens, that the Met Council's planning to spend money in our part of the Twin Cities region for whatever we have needs for. I would rather err on that side. By no means is that a target for what we should grow to. So, with all that said, 11 years ago, I stood at that podium and I practically begged the council not to take out all these elements of the plan because they're necessary. And that's when I decided I had to actually be up here. As it turns out, it seems like it was kind of a waste. I think, we probably would have 4 votes anyway, but I didn't know that, so. And really, it has been a blessing to be here, so I don't mean to make fun of that. But I want to close with, and we got a lot of emails, but there was one in particular that I got that I thought, wow, if I could have written the words, I would have written them almost word for word what this gentleman wrote. So this is what I want to close with, because I think it's just great. And this is from Steve Brown. And his reasons for supporting this plan are that it represents an evolution, not a revolution. Its origins trace back to the 2006 Housing Succession Plan and flow directly through the 2015 Vision Edina. It's not rigidly prescriptive. It provides direction and guidelines. It explicitly offers flexibility. It carefully identifies where we want our fair share of the forecasted growth to occur and provides through the small area plans excellent guidance about what forms this growth should take. And importantly, it leaves the single-family residential areas that characterize Edina unchanged. It promotes an increasing tax base, which is critical to maintaining both our high level of services and our outstanding school system. It works to address both climate change and the related need for more transportation modes beyond cars. Steve urges us to pass the 2018 Comprehensive Plan as it stands without any amendments, and I agree completely with Steve. Thank you.
Thank you. Some wonderful comments from my colleagues up here. Really proud to serve with all of them. And I think you mentioned Bob Stewart, and he's in the audience this evening. And I think if you either have a hard copy of the comprehensive plan like I have, maybe you didn't spend the Thanksgiving weekend, all 4 days, reading the comprehensive plan like I did, but you can find Bob on page 1-11. He pivoted after serving, or actually still serving probably, anyway, was at the Big Ideas Workshop in April of 2017. And if you go to page 1-6, what you'll find there is Mike Fisher's handwritten drawing of a vision for Edina that now occupies space in the 2018-2019 plan as well. You know, Edina's always been a city that's looked forward and tried to vision where they want to be. You know, with this Vision Edina project that we worked on a couple of years ago, we were thinking about what kind of a town do we want to be in 2040. But this isn't anything new in our community, because in 1928, we were the first city in Minnesota to have a planning department. And in 1957, we were the first city to hire a full-time planning director. And so here we have always been occupied by residents that, whether it's in their businesses or whether it's with respect to their community, they're always looking forward to what's next. And that's not easy work. When you read this plan, and I've got to share my colleagues' praise for this plan, I thought it was a magnificent plan. And for all the folks that were just sending in these emails that were cut and paste, I wanted to say, go read that plan. Go see what all your fellow citizens have been working on for 2.5 years and see what a great product they produced. Because it's so important to the work that we do as a community. And speaking of how difficult this is, I think everybody up here has heard, you know, over the years I've been the mayor, my favorite bumper sticker is "Change is good, you go first." And then when you think about the future of where you're trying to go, I always thought about the writer James Baldwin's quote about the future is like heaven. Everyone exalts it, but nobody wants to go there right now. So it's really hard to think about it. Where do you expect your town to go? What do you expect to have happen over the next 10 years? When we did that 2008 comprehensive plan, I was the mayor then, and we had a pretty good idea for about a 5-year period. And then, as Member Fisher said, the economy was driving a lot of things, and land prices were going up, and it caused us to have to go back and amend the plan to think about increasing densities in certain areas. So things can change over time. I think about the toughest challenges for tomorrow's cities, and I think we're one of tomorrow's cities. I think about things like sustainability, being able to communicate and deal with these invisible problems like air quality and climate change, and making sure our water is safe. You know, and that we're able to well manage that water, whether it's our drinking water or our storm water or our wastewater. Those are critical things that are coming upon us. And then transportation's been talked about. You know, recognizing our transportation grid, determining our quality of our life is really critical. So it's not just an Edina problem, it's a regional problem. You know, a lot of this traffic that gets pushed into Edina, the PM peak, is coming off the regional system because the regional system doesn't have the capacity to handle it. People get tired of sitting on the freeway and they move on to 66th Street or 70th Street or 50th. And so somewhere along the line, we've got to not only deal with that as a community, but as a region, because we've got to have affordable and efficient ways for getting around. I think Mr. Smith mentioned something that as density increases, you'll see greater opportunities for transit as well. And that's one thing that I worry about, is that we might get left behind a little bit as a community because Southwest LRT isn't coming through Edina. And I can already see from being on that corridor management committee for the past 6 years what's happening in Eden Prairie, where there's 3 station stops, what's happening in Minnetonka, what's happening in Hopkins, what's happening in St. Louis Park. All this transit-oriented development being built around these transit stops that's adding tremendous value and bringing young people into those communities. And sure, they're going to live in apartments, but if they love the town, they're going to stay there. And that's one thing I worry about with us and some of the folks that are concerned about us having what they would characterize, I think, as an aggressive growth pattern that we really don't. I think we're thinking more in terms of smart growth and doing things in a thoughtful way. But if you look at the chart on page 2-7 and 2-8, it says the overall trend towards an aging population in Edina continues and that our household size is declining. We can't stand for that. I mean, we've got to repopulate our town. If we want to keep our town vital, we've got to think about bringing people in here, because since the end of World War II, economic growth and population growth has been a dominant policy objective of every country and every city in the world. Well, what's the reason for that? It's because they know that their future depends on who's living there at the time. And you've got to have this great mix of people, and you can't be an aging out community and still continue to thrive and prosper. So we've got to think about this in terms of smart growth. We've got to be thinking about planning, where development should go or not go, and that's what this plan does, I think. Creating policies that create and protect open spaces. Our chair of our Park and Recreation Commission talked about that. Protecting our air and water quality, as I've already mentioned, and providing places for recreation. Policies that support walking, biking, public transit, helping reduce air pollution while saving people money. So, what we should be doing is thinking about these housing options so that people don't have to worry about aging in place, but they can age in community. We need to be able to provide the housing, a complete range of housing that will allow folks to age out in our community, be the community that they love. And that then coming in behind them into their homes will be young families coming in from all over the country because of the desirability of, continuing desirability, I would say, of living in Edina. So I think we're on the verge of another great era in our community. These things that folks worry about in terms of change, we've been dealing with change forever. Even in my time, I mean, I've seen us go from not having liquor anywhere but the Edina Country Club in Interlochen to having restaurants that serve liquor. People were worried about that. They didn't want sidewalks. I mean, those are just minor examples of the way our city has changed. Getting rid of those restrictive covenants that Member Anderson talked about from days gone by in the Country Club. Making sure that we're a welcoming city, all those things are so critically important. So Member Fisher talked a little bit about what our resident Steve Brown had said. I shot an email over to Ian Nemiroff, who is the vice chair of the Planning Commission. I said, what are your big three takeaways from the working on the comp plan, spending all that time on the comp plan? And here's Ian's thoughts. And there's a bonus one here too, a bonus point from Ian. Edina is a great city. Our new comprehensive plan recognizes the desirability of living in Edina neighborhoods and aims to protect those neighborhoods, forecasting change to occur in only 7% of the land area of the city. Number two, the comprehensive plan also recognizes changes in the world, in the city of Edina, such as increased diversity of cultures, interests, lifestyles, and work-life play relationships, and greater focus on healthy lifestyles and respect for our planet, and forecasts that these trends will continue for the foreseeable future. Therefore, the comprehensive plan aims to balance protection for the neighborhoods with guidelines for assessing future development proposals in context of those trends. Number three, while protecting Edina's traditional neighborhoods as part of forecasting minimal change to 93% of Edina's land area, the comprehensive plan provides a vision for a new neighborhood that will reflect the increased interest among the population for a less car-intensive work, life, play lifestyle. And a bonus number four. Besides land use, the comprehensive plan also examines and gives guidance for many issues of importance to the residents of Edina. Any list would omit important items, but some of the important issues addressed by the comprehensive plan are providing high levels of fire safety services, improving stormwater management, supporting leading educational programs, ensuring human rights, improving traffic and transportation, and enabling success of the commercial sector. Now, who could say it better than that? And aren't we proud to have people like Steve Brown and Ian Nemiroff in our community that sit down and write thoughtful things like this that are so valuable to our entire town? So I also support this as it's written. Of course, a lawyer has a penchant for getting out his red pen and finding a nit here or a nit there, and I've got some of those I'll go over with people. And then I think I found a few typos here and there. But otherwise, I think it's something really worth embracing, and our town is going to be better off for it, and everybody that lives here that worked on this plan. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for the work that you did. It's really a fantastic piece of work. Thank you. We've got a resolution let me look at it here, 2019-108, which authorizes the staff submittal of the 2018 Comprehensive Plan update to the Metropolitan Council. Is there someone who cares to make that motion? I suppose it's Member Fisher, since he's been waiting since 2008.
I would really like to make that motion.
I can see. You probably want to second your own motion, too.
Now I'm going to let someone else do it.
All right. Well, who else was there in 2008 was Member Staunton, working on the Planning Commission. So, excuse me.
I'll second.
Yeah, we should give you the prerogative of seconding. All right, we've got a motion and second on Resolution 2019-108, authorizing the staff submittal of the 2018 Comprehensive Plan update to the Metropolitan Council. All those in favor of the Resolution 2019-108, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Carried. Nay. Oh, thank you. One nay, 4 ayes. The motion carries. Thank you for that catch, Member Anderson. All right. On to the next matter. Thank you, folks.
Forgot I can do it, yeah. Okay, folks, I think we've got a cleared out council chambers now. We'll move on to the next matter, which is the next public hearing, which is the Oak Lane outlot issue, and Director Teague has this matter as well.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. This property is located south of Vernon, south of Garden Park, south of Grove Street, located in between Oak Lane and Garden Avenue. This is an extremely unique property in the city. What the request here is for technically a subdivision, a preliminary and final plat, but it's a request to turn an outlot into a buildable lot. So this property was platted as an outlot in 1975 and in 1985. It was actually platted by the current property owner, the Austin family. So when this entire area was platted, the idea was to construct a road that would connect Oak Lane with Garden Avenue. So when the property to the north was subdivided, 25 feet of right-of-way was dedicated to the city, and it's highlighted here in yellow. With the intent that when the property to the south develops, an additional 25 feet of right-of-way would be added and a public street built to connect, again, to connect Garden to Oak. This is a look at the 1975 plat, 3 lots created on Grove Street, 1 off of Oak Lane. Then when this south lot was ready to be developed, they again did a subdivision and created the cul-de-sac for Oak Lane, and there was a house built at the end of the cul-de-sac. And the lot that we're looking at this evening was platted as an outlot, again with the intent that it would be buildable once it would be accessed by a public street. However, that road has not, that plat to the south has not occurred. And there's part of the reasoning for that is there's a large wetland that separates the two. and a large flood shape. So where that right-of-way comes through is right here. So that and the properties to the south have not been proposed to be redeveloped. So what the applicant is proposing to do is construct a public street or alley off the end of Oak Lane to access their property. They would dedicate an additional 5 feet of right-of-way to that 25 feet of right-of-way. City code requires that a buildable lot needs at least 30 feet of right-of-way adjacent to their property. So in order to meet that standard, they would dedicate that 5 foot of right-of-way. Here's a look at that alley or street that would come in to provide that access. It would provide, so this would be the buildable area and a wetland buffer. Edge of the wetland here, that would be delineated should the subdivision be approved. That would be delineated in the field as part of a building permit process. So the applicant ran their median calculation. So when that property was originally platted, the lot depth requirement was 135 feet. Since that time, the city changed its minimum lot size requirements to require that median average for lots that are over 9,000 square feet. So they ran that median calculation and found that they need a lot depth variance. The median for lot depth is 151 feet, and the existing lot is 138 feet deep. Was code compliant at the time the outlot was created. So the primary issue for consideration is the proposed replat or platting of the outlot into a buildable lot with the lot depth variance reasonable for the site. Staff and the Planning Commission believe it is reasonable. The Planning Commission reviewed this project and is recommending approval on a 7-2 vote. So the reasons for approval. Again, this lot was platted with the intent of building a single-family home. It was actually platted again by the current property owner. And the current property owner did dedicate that 25 feet of right-of-way. Again, as I mentioned, the lot depth requirement at that time was 135 feet, and so this lot would have been code compliant at that time had this road been constructed. It does comply with watershed district requirements. They would provide this buffer adjacent to the wetland. Again, this is subject to watershed district approval should the plat be approved by the city. Again, with the construction of the street or alleyway. The proposed lot size is actually a little bit larger in terms of area to some of the adjacent lots around it. You can see the existing lot somewhat larger to the existing lots to the north and to the west. And again, the depths are similar to adjacent properties. The depth range within the Grove Street and Oak Lane areas range between 120 and 138 feet. So the proposed depth with the variance is consistent with the neighborhood. They are proposing some screening of the driveway, and there's a series of retaining walls. So should the subdivision be approved and this public alley street be constructed, any of the existing lots adjacent to this street could request a driveway permit and obtain access to that drive. That's with their existing lots. The way the development agreement is structured, and one of the conditions of approval is, should the lots to the south subdivide, at that time the city would require the additional right-of-way, and that street would be required to be widened, brought up to more city standards. And whoever the property owner of this is at that time would be required to share in the costs of that upgrade. So with that, staff and the Planning Commission are recommending approval of the preliminary and final plat and the development agreement, subject to the findings and conditions that are outlined in your staff report. And I just want to quickly highlight a few. There is a park dedication requirement Because this is an outlot, it did not pay park dedication fee, so $5,000 would be required at the time of release of the final plat. It's subject to the conditions in the Director of Engineers memo. I also want to point out, we've added a condition that along the west lot line here, we're requiring a 25-foot setback for the construction of any home on that lot. And that's due to, you can see the outline faintly here of the existing home. It's pretty close to this lot line. We believe when this building permit was approved for this, the city called that a side lot, so it conformed to a side lot setback requirement, but it really is in effect their rear yard. So we're suggesting that 25-foot setback, and the applicant is agreeable to that condition as well. So with that, I will stop there and answer any questions you may have.
Questions for Director Teague at this point in time? Member Fisher?
So 30 foot is the minimum requirement of that right-of-way?
The city code requires that you have at least a 30-foot wide right-of-way adjacent to your property. I can quote you.
So is that why the right-of-way, they gave 5 feet, or the developer gave 5 feet, but the to the west does not have that, right? So it would still be the narrower.
Yes, so there's still just 25 feet right here.
So the requirement is only that it's immediately on the frontage of the property?
Correct.
Doesn't matter, okay.
Correct. Because this is just 25 feet wide here, that's why I was labeling it as a street and an alley, because the definition of alley is a right-of-way that's less than 30 feet. So technically, our code would call this area an alley and the rest of it a street.
So it goes street, alley, street.
Yes.
Member Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. I know it'd be unusual to have a soil test available on that outlot. I wonder if one exists, though. Any indication on that?
I don't recall if there's been a soil test there.
Yeah, I've been over there and walked it twice. To me, it seemed peaty and soggy, and it would be nice to see a soil test before it went too much further, but c'est la vie. I guess then the only other question I have at this point is there, I know that there's additional interest in potential development if we create the street, alley street. Do you know, is there substantive interest? Has that been discussed specifically with you?
Yeah, so since when I first started with the city here about 15 years ago, I was approached by the property owners to the south. There's one property owner that owns multiple lots to the south inquiring about this very thing. So I know there's some interest. He does own one of these lots to the south. So should this go in, there may be a request in the future to subdivide one or maybe two of these lots, and it's at that time we would require the additional right-of-way and that become a full street.
The reason I ask about the soil test is if soil correction is required on that site, to me it signals more disruption, and I might be a good idea before any final decision is made to determine whether that is actually going to occur. Thank you.
Member Sutton.
So I understand that in between the time that this was scheduled originally to be before us and tonight, there were some discussions about, if this isn't to develop property, would the city, because of this wetland, is this a place that we could, that the city might have an interest in using for stormwater management, for that kind of thing? Can you describe for us any discussions staff might have had or examination staff might have put into that?
Yes, we did, and Chad, correct me if I'm wrong on some of this, but there was some talk of would this be in the public interest to purchase this property or acquire this property somehow. So we set out to determine what kind of public good, what would that look like? And so one of the analysis was on stormwater mitigation and what impacts could we make to do some stormwater improvements here. And so the engineering department had designed what could happen on that lot. It's essentially cut down all the trees and construct a large holding pond where drainage would be directed to this area. But in the grand scheme of this entire watershed, it really made virtually no impact. So we really couldn't justify the cost of a project like that versus what some of those public benefits would be.
And it's not the natural bottom, so you'd have to dig a hole there basically to create it?
Right. This is kind of a high point in the whole area. So in order to direct drainage to the north, there's a larger body to the north. Would take a series of piping that could get expensive.
Yeah, you're at the top of the watershed here. I mean, you can look at the backyards of the homes. That's basically what's easily could be plumbed here. If you wanted more, then you're adding pipes, bringing it back, and then it eventually goes right back the same direction. So you're just chasing water around.
Okay. Thank you.
To Member Anderson's point, didn't our engineering folks look at that issue of access on the road into the property or the potential street? And also the watershed district look at that issue as to whether or not that was wetland or could actually be built upon for purposes of creating a road?
Well, the wetland, they have conditional approval from the watershed based on their plan. So once the final plan is you know, how big's the house, that kind of stuff, then we go back and we look at it from filling in the flood shape, and the watershed would look at it, and then if there's any wetland mitigations, they'd have to address it. So both bodies, the city and the watershed, are comfortable that those things could be addressed with a development here. They're just nicking a little corner of that flood shape and the wetland.
So there'd have to be some, if you did that, there'd have to be some compensatory sort of
Yep, and on their
formula figured out.
plan, in that wetland buffer, they showed digging it out there and creating some space. Yep, right on the edge of the wetland, if you're in that yellow area, is just adding additional space there for stormwater that they would impact putting a street alley in there.
Okay. All right. Yes, Member Sutton.
So maybe if you go back, do you have the original, I suppose this is close enough. Can you give us a sense, you know, this history, it was fascinating to read through from 1973 or so, or maybe even from 1969 or 70. What do we know about the original intent for this lot? What was it supposed to be developed? Was it not supposed to be developed? Was it supposed to be just an empty lot? Why? Can you fill us in at all on what the history and the original intent was?
Yeah, I believe the intent to be, it was to remain an outlot until which time that the property to the south developed, where the additional right-of-way could be added and a full street constructed.
And there was some, I think there was a letter from the city attorney at the time recommending this 25-foot width so that it would be an outlot. An outlot just meant basically that it couldn't be built upon without a replanting, right?
Correct, and I believe it's partially that 30-foot width rule that I referred to earlier, because it didn't have the 30 feet at that time.
So it was just kind of to make sure that we had an opportunity to look at it again before it got platted.
Right.
Do you know of any efforts? I mean, when I look at the 3 lots to the north, it almost looks like there could have been an intent to have 3 lots on the south as well. Is there any evidence of that in the record?
I couldn't find any of that in the record, but in speaking to the Austins over the years, they intended to create 2 lots out of this outlot.
And the lot that is just to the west of that lot. As I understand it, the not vertical lot line is a result of the cul-de-sac coming in and then siting the house, so you had to create a different shape in order to make it work?
Yes, so this was the original 1975 plat where you can see the three lots. I believe the intent was to do 3 here in the future when that right-of-way was obtained. But because they wanted to build a house here, this lot line was angled, and that hurt the chances of creating 2 lots in the future, and it was really to accommodate the cul-de-sac there.
Assuming, I mean, if the adequate right-of-way were to happen, would this lot be able to be divided in 2? Would it have enough area?
I don't believe it would meet our width requirements.
Okay, but it would meet the area requirement.
It could.
All right, thank you.
Other questions for Director Teague? I've got one for Mr. Knutson. Could you speak to the status of this parcel as an outlot? What are the legal issues involved here with respect to this outlot? Or if there were a denial, what sort of rights are vested in the owner of this property relative to the outlot and their right to build something there?
Oh, your decision this evening is it's classified as quasi-judicial. You have a subdivision plating ordinance, and the question before you tonight, do they meet the requirements of your ordinance to get replatted as a buildable lot? That is the issue. It's quasi-judicial, not a policy decision. Again, this is not a subdivision. You have an existing lot, and they're just replatting it from an outlot to a buildable lot.
So the question again is, does it meet the requirements
of your ordinance?
Of the ordinance. Okay. All right. Thank you. Director Teague, the applicant, did you discuss with them how much time they'd have to make their presentation?
Yes, about 15 minutes.
All right. Thank you. The applicant want to come forward and make their presentation?
It's a preliminary and final plan. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms.
It should be on.
Is this on? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And good evening, City Council. Appreciate your time here tonight. It's going to be it's already a late night. What's going on?
Wow.
You're higher? Okay, do that. Does that sound better?
That's better.
All right, thank you. I'm Lance Elliott. I live at 5616 Dalrymple here in Edina, just a few blocks south of here. My wife Sarah is here tonight, and we're Edina residents. We have 5 children, and have really enjoyed our time here in the city. And we have 3 in college, and right now with 2 into high school, and we're looking at ourselves downsizing in our home. And 2 years ago, or 2.5 years ago, this lot was referred to us, and we looked at it and thought this would be kind of an excellent opportunity for us to downsize, stay within a mile of our current home. And I began looking into the lot in more detail, and I put a lot of time in this in the last 2 years. Again, it's a bit of a side project for me. I'm a civil engineer by trade, and so this is everything behind this whole site and project, and everything is what I do professionally. But since it was a personal project, it's taken me longer than normal because it's always been a bit of a back burner. But at the same time, I've put a lot of effort into this. In regards to what was brought up earlier in the discussion, in regards to the soil report, I did do a soil report about 1.5 years ago, right in the middle, with basically 3 different soil reports. One right in soil borings, one right in the middle of where the proposed home would be, and we went down about 18 feet and had very good compactable soil down to that depth. One thing to note from a disruption standpoint, we're not planning on putting a full basement into the home here. We're looking at more of a shallow, very shallow foundation using kind of a state-of-the-art, it's called an insulated shallow foundation system that we're planning to use. So we won't be digging down deep around the oak trees or anything like that. So we're taking that into account. The other question was in regards to the driveway and the impact on the wetland potentially and/or the stormwater, and I'll talk about that in my presentation here. From day one, looking at this project, I was very open to everyone that I'm not just doing this for a client. This is for my family, and we try to be very open with that. And I've pursued it from the beginning as if this is going to be ours for maybe for the rest of our lives, and so that's the amount of effort I put into this. And we began reaching out to the neighbors, basically, I think 2 years ago tomorrow was my first email exchange. And over time, I began to email more neighbors and tried to keep in touch with everyone to basically introduce ourselves to everybody and also explain our plans and just make sure they're aware of everything. And if there were any questions or concerns, I was more than happy to meet with anybody at any time. We began to, through the design process, I talked to a number of neighbors and they would have ideas or suggestions or concerns, and I made a number of alterations to the design to basically meet their desires. If there was something that they wanted to have adjusted, I basically did that without any question. As we talked about a little bit ago, we were originally on the city council meeting for 1.5 months ago, in October, I believe October 17th, and at that time was the first time we really received some what I would call more serious opposition or concerns from neighbors. And so with that last minute effort from a couple of the neighbors, we decided to just step back and basically ask the question, is this the right thing to do on this property? If there's a strong objection, should we potentially entertain what an alternative would be? And if it truly is not a good idea or not a good plan that I have, let's at least explore an alternative if that's available. So we basically postponed from that city council meeting until tonight, and for the past month and a half, we've explored a number of options. I actually provided a formal proposal or invitation to obtaining an offer from a neighbor or a group of neighbors if they were interested in purchasing the property, if they felt that having a home on this lot was not something they wanted to do. I gave them the opportunity to purchase the property, and we received no offers as of tonight since that offering. We have worked really hard on this, and that's basically the background of my introduction. So let's see if I can open up a full page. Does anybody know the best way to make this full size for viewing? On mine at home, I have a full view. I can just explode it up and do it manually here. I'll just play with it and try to make it work here. So this is being a little stubborn in how it is opening up. But if you can see this, like Mr. Teague showed in a couple other diagrams, this is my existing conditions site plan that shows the property here, the street right-of-way, the lot, and the 5 feet that we're dedicating to additional street right-of-way to make sure that we're meeting the full city requirements and everything. And what we're really here tonight is the variance request. If there wasn't the requirement of this variance request, the whole application meets all the city requirements, and we would be going straight to the plating procedure for this. But the reason that we're here tonight is this lot line from here to here is 138 feet. Even though the city minimum is 120, when you look at that this exceeds, when you look at the 500-foot rule that the zoning code now has, this represents the circle for the 500-foot rule, that if you take all of the lots within that 500 feet, even if they just touch the lot briefly, they're included in this chart, and you calculate all the lot depths, the widths, and the sizes for all of the lots within that 500 feet. And if any portion of that lot, meaning the depth, the width of the area, is less than the median of all the lots within the 500 feet, then the city code requires a variance to be applied for. So in this calculation, the median lot is I believe 151 feet, and our lot is 31 feet. So it's just slightly less than the median lot, even though of the 56 lots, I believe, that are in the 500 feet, this lot is deeper than 25 of those lots. So it's actually almost the deepest lot that doesn't quite meet the median. One example to look at is there's 1, 2, 3, 4 lots that are right here that are on the other side of Benton that are rather deep, that a lot of people would think are not in this neighborhood, quoting, since it's clear on the other side of Benton. If you just took those lots out of the 500-foot calculation, this lot would exceed the median. So that, and not require a variance. So that's how close this lot is to meeting the requirements, even meeting the requirements of the 500-foot rule. The main thing that, above and beyond the city requirements that we're showing, that are sensitive to this lot, really dials down to the stormwater and the trees, the wildlife, and the natural setting. And I worked really hard on trying to maintain the essence of the feel of the environment there, the property, and trying to make a minimal impact on the property. As we also explained with working closely with the city engineer and with the 9 Mile Creek watershed, I went through a full review process with the watershed. We have conditional watershed approval, which I wanted to get that all completed so that here tonight we can show that we've met all of the watershed requirements, and not only meet them, but also exceed them. We're proposing this rainwater garden that is literally 150 feet long by about 12 feet wide that's in here, which is twice the size of what the watershed actually is requiring. And this will capture all of the runoff from the lot, will go to the watershed to the rainwater garden before it would then either get caught there and infiltrate or overflow into the wetland. In addition, as Mr. Teague explained on the plan, there's a wetland buffer proposed. He had it really nice and colored in green, which I maybe should have done here, but the wetland buffer is supposed to have an average width of 20 feet, and we're exceeding that quite a bit. I don't know the exact difference. I think it's about 50% more watershed buffer that we're providing than what's required. In regards to the maintenance of the watershed was brought up in the city planning commission meeting, and there will be a maintenance plan put together, and the whole watershed buffer and the rainwater garden will be put into a protective easement and recorded at the county, and that'll be a part of the conservation for the lot and everything. When we look at the next concern relates to the trees. When you look at this site, there are nice mature oak trees, and it has a forest feel and everything, and our intent is to keep that feel. We would have the right, as coming in and developing this lot, we could clear a large percentage of the trees. When I met with the city arborist, he concluded that we could go way beyond what we're doing. We're only removing the trees that have to be removed just for the placement of the home and the driveway itself. One of the changes we made on the plan was my original plan shows a driveway being straight right here that required the removal of a number of cottonwood trees. There was some discussion with the neighbors through that process, and there was indication that a few of the neighbors would prefer to preserve the trees. So we shifted the driveway alley slightly over to preserve all those trees. We went from removing, I think, 26 trees down to 13. So we're really, in this whole project, we're impacting 13 significant trees. And you'll see when I show you the landscaping plan, we're planning on planting over 40 trees. So when project's done, there will be literally 3 times more trees than there currently is. And there'll be a lot more higher quality trees than the majority of the trees that we'll be removing from the site. The other thing from a trees and wildlife standpoint for the natural setting is the rainwater garden plants will be selected to really maximize making it a butterfly and bee friendly environment. That's been a big effort through the watershed and other groups here recently with the decline in the bee population and trying to create an environment that is conducive to that. And we're also looking at installing some wood duck boxes in the wetland. There are no nesting boxes there now, and I'm planning to basically install some nesting boxes to see if we can't provide an environment for the wood ducks. And this shows maybe a little bit better example of the grades, the drainage to the rainwater garden, and the impact that we'd have there. The other thing that we're voluntarily doing, in addition to kind of going above and beyond all the minimum requirements, is that the driveway / alley that we're proposing here is going to be constructed in permeable pavers, which is a system to allow water to infiltrate into the ground, and which was not an actual requirement from the watershed, but something that I do a lot of in my commercial application and my projects, and I wanted to use that as an example and propose to do that for this project. This is a letter of the approval from the watershed. Let's see if I can sneak this. In regards to impact on the overall site, when you step up higher in an aerial, or if you were to see the site from a perimeter, what I have in a gray area basically shows the amount of wooded area, and that we're only impacting, if we did the maximum amount allowed, we're only impacting 5% of that area. And does that light mean how much time? What's that? So it's 15 up. Can I just show this one last slide? And I'll just leave it with the last point in regards to the alley. This is an example in the city where there's the same exact 30-foot width, and it serves 4 homes. And that's one example of where the same type of application that we're looking for is here. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Elliott. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Elliott right now? Yeah, Mr. Elliott, hold on a moment. Member Anderson has a question for you.
Just one question.
Sure.
Now, you mentioned you want to put in, I think, like a half basement. Is that what you're thinking of?
It will either be, we have concept plans of designs. We haven't decided exactly what we're going to build yet. One concept would be like a partial basement, or at least a place to put mechanicals and have a shelter and things like that.
Okay.
The other option is actually doing a slab on grade type project with the Wurzbow floor, more of the newer style homes that you see that's all one level with no steps and everything. So that's another concept that we're looking at as well.
Are you making that consideration due to water levels?
No, not as much as water levels. It's more, ironically, when we were first starting to talk about our future home, my wife said she doesn't want to have any steps. And so we've been working on the concept of a single level living, and this is where this lot just ended up fitting the bill perfectly for that.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Other questions for Mr. Elliott at this point in time? No, I guess not. Well, stand by. There may be some coming up here.
Sure.
So I'm going to open this up for public testimony. This is a public hearing matter. And just a reminder, you'll have 3 minutes, and you'll get a yellow warning light when you got 30 seconds left, so you should be prepared to wrap up your comments.
I mean, stay up here and sit down.
Red light. Yeah. So people are going to come up and testify now. Unless you haven't, you want to use the overhead for any reason?
I'm just going to put this on.
Sure, then we should use a handheld microphone, and you can stand by the overhead.
Is it working?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Rick Bale, and I live at 5805 Oak Lane with my wife Lisa, who's here tonight, and our children Sarah and Jack. We moved into our home immediately to the west of the outlot in 1994. The proposal before you tonight requires unusual measures to weave more than a 200-foot driveway around 3 sides of our home in order to tuck a house up against the backyards of surrounding homes. This is an unusual configuration that is out of character for our neighborhood. The outlot that we're talking about tonight is unusually important to the neighborhood because it directly influences the character and value of so many surrounding properties. Changing the classification of this parcel will result in irreparable harm by eliminating the wooded natural setting for the neighborhood. There are about 50 signatures on the neighborhood petition that attest to this harm. Most of the land in town has been committed to development, so tonight is one of the few opportunities for the City Council to make a land use decision that advances the city's commitments in the comprehensive plan, the Water Resources Management Plan, and the Climate Inheritance Resolution. On the one hand, you can maintain open wooded space that allows for the infiltration of stormwater, protect climate change buffering trees, tree canopy, a wetland, and habitat, or you can approve more impervious surfaces, a driveway and roadway that adds to the city's already overburdened stormwater system, and allow the filling in of the floodplain for the driveway, and very likely portions of a wetland that have not been adequately defined or typed. The last report, as you may know, is from 2006. You can ensure the sensible application of city ordinances requiring frontage on a street or allow, contrary to state law, the private use of a public right-of-way. The reasonable expectations of a property owner are limited. They are limited by city ordinance, they are limited by wetland regulations, and by the city's comprehensive plan. Mr. Austin could have replatted the outlot in 1975 or in 1985. However, now we protect wetlands. Now we are struggling to manage floodwater by maintaining open space. And now we are fighting climate change by trying to maintain mature tree canopy. The city's needs have changed. The city's policies have changed. And this proposal is contrary to both. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bale.
Evening.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Scott Hughes, and I live at 5509 Grove Street with my wife Stacy and 4 children who were here, down to 1 now. But we're here in support of our neighborhood, aligning to recommend that the city deny this developer's variance request in effort to keep the outlot and outlot. Our home is immediately to the north of the outlot. I wanted to focus on the larger, more global issues here at hand. The city of Edina has come out in both written materials and verbally at past city council meetings about the need to take a stand on climate change. Climate change is impacting the extreme weather in which has led to increased precipitation events that we see on a more regular basis. As you're aware, stormwater management is one of the biggest issues as a result of this climate change, and the city struggling with these stormwater management issues. Even in the comprehensive plan that was discussed here tonight, an entire chapter was devoted to energy and environment. Highlights of the chapter include, one, that it's true that the residents care about sustainability and an environment, and that's a showing by how many neighbors we have here in support of keeping the outlot and outlot. Secondly, you have a choice on hand here tonight where your actions can align with showing that the city of Edina cares about sustainability and climate change. The comprehensive plan states the city will take actions to address climate change. This outlot is 100% wooded. You can't see through it in the summertime. While I realize the developer has a tree and landscape plan, you can't just replace large mature trees overnight. The decision to remove the majority of the trees so one house can be built will be felt for generations. The best way the city can help mitigate climate change and incorporate sustainability is with land use decisions that come forward. This is mentioned in both the comprehensive plan, but also noted in the flood reduction task force report that was presented to the city council back in October, just a month and a half ago. Their recommendation to develop land use policies that increase green space, this current development of the outlot does not increase green space, talks about limiting the amount of impervious surfaces. Again, that's not what this outlot development is doing, and also about improving tree retention. This proposed outlot does not improve tree retention. As most of you know from your site visits, the outlot is almost entirely full of mature climate buffering trees, which will almost all be wiped out. If the city decides to keep the currently wooded outlot and outlot by denying the variance being requested, the city of Edina would be consistent with its stance on being leaders in making land use decisions with the greater good in mind. It would be about preserving the small amount of natural habitat that remains within a fully developed city like Edina. A decision that supports sustainability and the environment is a decision that will make lasting impact for generations to come. It's a decision that would make me proud to be an Edina resident.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Bale, and I live with my husband, Rick, and our 2 children at 5805 Oak Lane. I'd like to add to Mr. Hughes's comments by citing the council's recently adopted resolution in support of climate inheritance. As a parent, I'm very concerned about the measures we can take individually and together as a community to support a sustainable environment. I applaud the Council for adopting the resolution because it demonstrates your commitment to making decisions that support land stewardship, climate resiliency, access to nature, clean air, clean water, and a sustainable environment for our children. So the revised plan calls for the removal of 13 mature trees. These are ash, aspen, cherry, elm, and oaks. And these trees range in size up to 36 inches in diameter. The replacement trees, by law, because of their size, they have to be replaced, but they can be replaced with new trees that are only 2.5 inches in diameter. So just for a moment, visualize that difference of a 36-inch tree versus a 2.5-inch tree. It's a big difference. I reviewed the applicant's tree inventory and I did some calculations. The 13 mature trees that are to be cut down and removed intercept over 33,000 gallons of stormwater runoff each year, and they also eliminate 13,783 pounds of atmospheric carbon each year. To destroy those trees so that a single house can be wedged into our backyards is a huge loss. One that tiny replacement trees, even if there are more than are required, won't be enough to make up for the loss of those mature trees for decades, if ever. The plan does call for a rain garden, but the rain garden doesn't come close to offering the same benefits as mature trees. At most, the proposed rain garden will mitigate some of the increased storm water runoff that the applicant will create by building a house and putting paved areas on the outlot. Simply put, a rain garden pales in comparison to mature trees in terms of promoting soil health and stability, water management, and carbon reduction. As one council member put it, trees are like pumps. Given our stormwater challenges, we desperately need to keep those pumps. The council has the opportunity tonight to demonstrate your commitment to the principles that are stated in the resolution in support of climate inheritance. And I urge you to show your support for the resolution by voting no. Thank you.
Thanks, Mrs. Bale. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for taking the time to hear our proposal, our perspective on this proposed variance. I'm Carolyn Carlin. My husband Brad and I have lived at 5451 Grove Street since 1992. At the time we purchased our home, our realtor told us that the land behind our property was city-owned and wouldn't be developed. And of course, at age 62, we were too naive to go to the city and confirm this. So we were distressed to learn that the land behind us and directly east of the property that you're considering was actually a buildable outlot. This lot was owned by the Dolly brothers, and they hoped to develop it when the road connecting the Garden and Oak cul-de-sacs was eventually built. Thankfully, the Forsbergs and we were able to purchase the half-acre lot from the firm in 1996 when Torrey Dolly was planning his retirement from construction business. We purchased the outlot to ensure that the natural setting would be preserved, and the two families subsequently subdivided the outlot, and we appended them to the portion to the rear of our properties. Over the years, we have seen dramatic changes in the wetlands behind us. When we first moved into the neighborhood, we would often see the wetland area nearly dry by the end of summer. It has been many years since this area looked dry. In just the past 5 years, there's been a dramatic widening of the wetland area, so that any survey of the area prior to 2015 would not be representative of the area as it is now. And I think I heard from Rick that the plans are being made based on a 2006 survey, and that can't be accurate or representative of what we have now. This increased water level has affected the trees on the border of the wetland area. This year, we lost a 15-year-old weeping willow we had planted near the east edge of the wetland when the wetland was flooded for an extended period of time this spring. And you all know it takes a lot of water to kill a willow. Both we and the Forsbergs also lost mature trees on the north edge of the wetland this spring, trees that had survived decades of normal water fluctuation when the high water undermined their root systems and they toppled into the wetland. Our concern is pragmatic. It is not philosophic. We are seeing the effects of the increased water table every year. We're concerned the proposed building plan would exacerbate the water problems we've been dealing with, and there are 3 pathways through which this proposal would hurt water management. The first pathway is directly tied to the lot depth variance requested. To enable a large enough building area, the proposal includes the construction of a retaining wall and backfill, which would reduce the dimension of the wetland. Now, while the area is relatively small, any loss of this overburdened space is significant. The second pathway is the one already mentioned, the replacement of mature trees with new saplings. USDA says a normal 100-foot tree will drink 11,000 gallons of water each season, and will also lose additional trees, I'm sure, through construction damage.
Ms. Carlin, I'll let you drift over a little bit.
Okay,
Could I
sorry.
have you wrap up your comments, please?
Just the third pathway is the loss of permeable ground, which has been mentioned as well. So I'd like to point out the proposed rain garden and wetland buffer do not prevent runoff. They slow runoff and filter it, but the water will still go into the wetland. So we strongly encourage the council to deny the variance request.
Thank you, Ms. Carlin. Good evening.
Hello, Mr.
You
Mayor.
guys are all hanging in there really
members.
well with us at 11:05 or 11:06.
Mine's 3 minutes. I'm John Gleeden. I live at 5515 Grove Street with my wife Paula and our children, 3 children. Some of the intro information stated that the city may build public alleys or streets within an existing right-of-way. Just because you can doesn't mean that you have to or that you should. As you all know, for a variance to be granted, 3 conditions must be met. Altering the essential character of the neighborhood has been, will be, and should be discussed. A single house does not make sense on this property. I want to concentrate on the variance requirement that says the plight of the petitioner is due to circumstances not created by the petitioner. I submit that the plight was not only created by the petitioner, it was requested by the petitioner. In 1975, the Austins requested from the city a subdivision, and it was granted, with modifications and contingencies that both the Austins and the city agreed to. Those conditions were that lots 4 and 5 be made into 1 lot, that a temporary cul-de-sac be built, and that the 30-foot right-of-way be reduced to 25 feet at the city attorney's urging to reduce any future confusion about accessibility to the property. In 1985, the Austins requested that the 1 lot be divided into 2 lots. Again, the city agreed with the conditions. The replat would include the dedication of an extension of Oak Lane east to Garden, and 25 additional feet of right-of-way must be acquired. They envisioned a 50-foot wide street. The Austins agreed. This was a good deal for the Austins. The city could have easily, and probably should have, said at that time, no, sell the property as 1 lot. It has been agreed to at least 2 times that the property would not be replatted unless or until Oak Lane was extended to Garden. We know that that cannot happen. It seems clear that the previous city attorney, Erickson, the Planning Commission, the City Council, believed either that this entire area should be developed or none of it should be. They have given you justification not to replat this property. In prior City Council minutes, the use of the word temporary cul-de-sac, meaning until the road is put through, and reducing the right-of-way from 30 feet to 25 feet intentionally to make it clear that this outlot was not accessible. Denying the variance does not mean the property does not have value, but the conditions for allowing replatting have not happened. The promises made by the city to the residents and by the property owner to the city should be kept. Denying the variance keeps those promises. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clayton.
I'll make sure it doesn't go red. Good evening. My name is Scott Forsberg, and my wife Cynthia, who's here, and I have lived at 5501 Grove Street for 27 years and raised 2 children there. Through those many years, there have been several proposals to develop the outlot, which were never successful. I believe the reasons to deny are even stronger today with growing concern of water and climate change. Changing this large wooded outlot that drains directly into a wetland to a buildable lot goes against the comprehensive plan and everything the city is trying to accomplish. The grading plan shows that the elevation of the northern portion of the outlot is going to be raised by 1 to 2 feet by the filling of a wetland. This would create additional runoff to the adjoining properties to the west where there is already seasonal flooding risk. This grading plan could very likely risk additional flooding of many other surrounding properties. None of this has been adequately evaluated. This unusual plan requires a variance in the lot depth, which is not reasonable in the context of this neighborhood. Considering the 10 lots immediately surrounding this proposed home, there is significant concern. These 10 lots average 220 feet deep in depth. 6 of these are even much larger in depth, averaging 293 feet. The front entrance of this proposed home would face 100% of these largest lots. The 4 lots that are smaller than the proposed lot would be most negatively impacted by granting of the variance, since the new home would be located practically in their backyards. In other words, the granting of the variance would result in a significant loss of privacy and could harm the character of the neighborhood for many homeowners, as well as loss in home values. The proposal does not comply with city ordinances, and if approved, would create a poor precedent on how the city is willing to allow ordinances to be applied. In order for an outlot to be replatted as a buildable lot, city ordinance requires the property to have frontage on a street, which is defined as a public right-of-way that is usable as a public thoroughfare. The proposed right-of-way is not usable as a public thoroughfare because it would simply be a 200-foot driveway. City ordinance also requires that to be considered a street, there must be a width of at least 30 feet, which we've heard. There's only 25 feet available in this case, so the project proposes to dedicate 5 feet of the outlot as a public easement to meet the 30-foot requirement. This makes the lot depth variance even greater. The City Council is being asked to approve the creation of a short street segment to set alley to satisfy the frontage requirement of only 1 single lot. This does not comply with the intent of the ordinance. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
I'll try to do better. I'm Cindy. Scott and I have lived on the south side of Grove Street since '92. This was a time when the original right-of-way was a very distinct possibility. The woodlands and wetland between our houses on Grove Street and between the homes on Benton were nice back then, but the wetland was small and fairly insignificant. From '92 to 2002 wetland delineation to the latest 2006 description to where we are today, the growth is exponential. Then it drains into the Hawks Lake area, further compromising that water table and ultimately Bredeson's. Many years ago, we purchased the outlot behind our property with the Carlins, not only to protect the wetland, but to help preserve the character of our neighborhood. Mr. Elliott has been basing his development on the assumption of future compliance with all city and watershed district requirements for grading and drainage, and therefore not expected to have an impact on the adjacent properties. It was recently brought to my attention that the City Planning and Water Commission reports are based on outdated wetland boundary delineations, which we have already talked about. I do hope that you take this one statement to heart, that the impact on the wetland, the variance for the driveway, and the variance and replatting request to make this a buildable lot are based on an erroneous premise, outdated information. The good intention of the architect is to save as many trees as possible, but unintended consequences in this tight spot, considering the tree drip line and root structure, will kill many of the trees that are intended to be saved. Council members, Mayor Hovland, you've seen the property in question. The shallow root networks, as little as 18 inches below ground, provide the trees nutrients and moisture. Roots extend 2 times the height of the tree, well beyond the drip line. Builders cut roots when they dig trenches or dig near the drip line of a tree. Soil is compacted when heavy trucks and equipment drive over the root zone. If you lay a driveway over roots, you cut the supply of oxygen and carbon dioxide can't escape. This driveway variance request, a 200-foot long retaining wall, can't possibly support the heavy construction equipment required. Also, fire trucks' inability to access this new home in such close proximity to several of our neighbors' homes. This unusual fitting of a square peg into a round hole and frontage on a street driveway variance is based on a 1985 vision of a street between Garden and Oak, which council, city staff, and neighbors agree is no longer viable. Thank you for your time tonight and all your visits as well.
You beat your husband. He's still Amber.
I'm going for the shortest comment prize tonight, and we'll guarantee that. Hi, I'm Ron Ferboni. I live at 5505 Grove Street, and my backyard is adjacent to this outlot. We bought a home 24 years ago, and a wooded outlot behind our house was a major factor in our decision to move to Edina. I won't repeat all the reasons we have heard tonight for the outlot to remain undeveloped, but needless to say, any new house will have a major negative impact on my property. I've also been asked to read a short statement from Abby and Brian Heidemann, who live at 5405 Grove Street, have 2 young children, and who represent the younger families that have moved into our neighborhood. I quote, "We apologize for not being here in person, but wish to voice our opposition to the proposed replat of the outlet. We specifically chose to move to this neighborhood due to its unique character and the nature areas the boys can play in. The proposed development will adversely change the character of this neighborhood, and we hope you will not let this happen. Thank you for your consideration." Quote unquote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raponi.
I've got 2 good news for you. I'm the second to the last, and I'm going to beat Ron with the time. Okay. So I am Kelly Hausch, and I live on the Garden Avenue cul-de-sac. And I just wanted to let you know how this proposal may affect the adjoining properties in terms of just the increased risk of a fire hazard, because the city firefighting equipment cannot access the property via the 200-foot driveway. And to fight a fire on the outlot, the city fire trucks would be kept over 100 feet away on the other side of a house on the Oak Lane cul-de-sac. Incident commanders at the trucks would not be able to see onto the outlot because of the house in between. The requirement that the residents on the outlot have a sprinkler system is inadequate. The requirements for the sprinklers are that they be installed in living areas only and not in smaller bathrooms, closets, pantries, garages, attics, any other concealed non-living spaces. And the sprinkler systems are not designed to extinguish a fire. They are intended to suppress a nascent fire for at least 10 minutes to allow people to evacuate. They are primarily intended to protect people, not property, and thus cannot be relied upon as a substitute for the firefighting efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hausch.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor Hovland, City Council members, and staff. My name is Steve Hausch. I live on Garden Avenue with that good-looking gal that was just up here. The backyard of our lot faces the wetland, and beyond that, the outlot. We've lived in the home since '99 and raised our kids in this neighborhood. I believe my neighbors have provided reasonable and sound rationale to support our request to deny the replatting of this outlot and the associated variance request. The development proposal has pulled our strong neighborhood together in a way that can be a force for good. And I would just ask those that live in the neighborhood on Benton, Grove, Oak, Garden, would you just raise your hand? Johnson, sorry. So this has pulled us together in some interesting ways. We have 3 goals we'd like to achieve. First, we want to advance the city's larger goals to manage stormwater in the context of climate change by maintaining the outlot, the wetland, and the nearby undeveloped surrounding area in its natural state. Second, we want to maintain the integrity of the cul-de-sacs on Garden and Oak. Third, and this is really important, we want to provide economic value to the property owner of the outlot. Our neighbors have come together over the past several weeks to raise voluntary economic commitments with the intent to provide an offer to purchase the outlot, either from the developer or directly from the Austin estate. While we need more time to pull together additional contributions and to finalize the details of how we would execute this, we're committed to advancing this over the next 90 to 120 days. So far, we've raised substantial funds, well in excess of the current tax assessed value of the outlot. Our intent would be to purchase the outlot and then donate the outlot to the city, if that's doable, or to a nature conservatory that could keep this natural. So the land would be protected for the long haul. Our offer to purchase the outlot would be aligned with a petition that we've already started to advance to propose eliminating the right-of-way between Garden and Oak. We look forward to working with city staff, city leadership in the coming weeks to work to achieve the vision we've outlined. We think it's well aligned with the city's comprehensive plan. I believe denial of this request can help enable these goals to come to fruition. Denial is critical because approval would let the horse out of the barn on development off of Oak Lane. Thank you for your interest and your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Hausch. So the Hauschers don't have the last word. You don't have the last word.
My name is Lenny Hughes, and I am 10 years old. I live in 5509 Grove Street. I am against this development proposal. If we wipe out all the trees, where will the wildlife go? The trees also take in the carbon dioxide, which is gradually making the air hot. This hot air, or global warming, is called the climate crisis. Also, these trees keep the dirt from washing away and give us air to breathe. Many would be affected by this change. Thank you.
Thank you, Lenny, for coming tonight and staying so late and wanting to express your opinion.
Just listening to talk about the water study. Roberta Castellano, 4854 France Avenue South. You know, I didn't catch it in the initial presentation about a 2006 study. And I just wanted to observe that period of time was actually quite unusual. Up through 2002, 2002 was a great year for rain. But then our area entered into a drought that lasted for 6 years. So from about 2003 to 2009, it was pretty severe. So I think it's worth asking the question of what does constitute an adequate water study, what period of time would constitute an adequate water study to assess the area properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Castellano. Good evening.
Hi, Mayor, Councilman. I'm Lynn Leto. I live at 5425 Grove Street with my wife, Vicki. We've had 2 children in out of the house now. Everyone, there's nothing else I can really add. You've heard the specifics about the watershed stuff. I will say personally, our lot the landscaping is such that every spring we deal with potential flooding from just natural causes. Landscaping cause it. We do a lot of pumping. We have some nice pumps that we use to pump the water out of our backyard. And I'm fearful, as Mrs. Carlin mentioned, if we start to see the flooding, if we start to see that water level rise, the impact could be negative, that we might find ourselves constantly with water in our basement. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Leto, thanks for coming up. Okay, anyone else wish to testify? All right, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
We got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Council members, questions for staff or the applicant?
Sure, I can ask one. Scott Forsberg mentioned that there have been several previous proposals. What happened to those? When were they? Do you have any idea? And why did they not go forward?
I've been approached over the past, well, as long as I've been here, 14 years, by as I mentioned, the property owner to the south, just inquiring about how he could put it together. He never moved forward with any proposal. I've also been approached by other developers who had interest in creating 2 lots out of that outlot, and I've given them the history and what it would take to go through, at least to ask the question, and they've never applied. I've had maybe 2 or 3 of those types of inquiries on this site, so none of them have materialized to an actual proposal until now.
Okay. The other thing that I heard is the using a public right-of-way for private use. So would this be a situation where a public right-of-way is being used for private use?
It would not. This would be constructed as a public
road.
street or alley. So it would be public. The original proposal when it was made was a request to do a private driveway over the right-of-way. In that instance, the underlying property owner has to agree to that. In this case, it's the Bales that are the underlying property owner, and they were not agreeable. So then they proposed this public scenario.
All right. Well, let's say this were to move forward. I find the driveway, I'll call it, or I guess it's the roadway, going around the Bales house, that bothers me. Why couldn't it come in from Garden?
They don't own the property from Garden to this site.
I
Who
also
don't?
think
The Austins don't?
Austin, or the trust.
Correct.
But it's a public, that's a public.
Well, in coming in and utilizing that right-of-way would go through the wetland, and they would have
I don't know if
to
you can get
fill
through
and
the
replace
wetlands.
that wetland.
I think it's become wetlands to the east.
Okay.
I got a couple of questions either for you or Roger.
Okay.
Given this property's outlot status, I'm struck by something that Mr. Elliott said. I'll back up a second. It seemed like he was thinking that he had the right to build on this lot if no variance is required. But it's still an outlot, isn't it? I mean, isn't it still subject to this question that was posited earlier?
You can't build on an outlot. It has to be replatted as a regular lot.
All right.
Or you can't build.
All right, so that, this, when when you think about the bigger picture here, and you think about those deep lots on Benton, and the possibility that they might come at some point in time and request subdivision, what are the rights of the properties to the south on Benton to have a road, have a public road created on that right-of-way if they give up sufficient depth to access their lots, and their lots are otherwise meeting the 500-foot rule?
Yeah, so if those lots to the south requested a subdivision, I don't know where they fall in terms of the medians for area, width, and depth, but let's assume they do meet those requirements. The city could not turn that plat down. We'd have 50 feet of right-of-way and code-compliant lots to the south. We would really have to approve that subdivision as it would be code-compliant.
What are the city's options in terms of what to do with that right-of-way right now?
In terms of vacating the whole thing?
In terms of a potential vacation, let's think of that as one possibility here.
I might look to Director Milner there would be a petition process.
Yeah, it'd be an application, they'd have to do legal descriptions, and we'd review it like we do all requests. Do we need it for public utilities or roadways? Do the private utilities need it? Do they have stuff in that area and they need it? So we'd get feedback from them, and then we'd come back to this council with a recommendation.
And typically the recommendation where you've got properties on each side, you'd divide the right-of-way between them if you had an abandonment. So part of the property go to the south, part would go to the north.
We would have an issue of reconciling. The outlot would now have no access at all.
So what are the legal rights of the outlot relative to a proposed abandonment of the right-of-way?
If you vacate the right-of-way and landlock it, the owner of the property might have something to say about that, and we could end up in litigation.
But the only way the property can be built on is if it has a variance approved.
Correct.
So what are their rights?
The issue is, do they meet ordinance requirements? If they meet ordinance requirements, then it should be approved. If they don't, then you can turn it down.
And the ordinance requirement we have to meet is the lot depth.
With and whether they meet the criteria for a variance.
Criteria for a variance.
Okay.
But that still leaves open the issue of properties to the south coming and seeking subdivision and creating a road on that right-of-way by giving sufficient property to create a 30-foot wide road, and then being able to access properties, at Member Brindle's point, around the Bale property, to access those properties to the south, if they otherwise complied with the 500-foot rule. We don't know that.
Oh.
So this is a hypothetical discussion, I realize that. But. And if this were approved, like the Planning Commission approved it and you're recommending it was approved, then we've created a public roadway. And then they could come in from the south and try to subdivide.
They could.
If they otherwise could meet the other, or ask for variances like Mr. Elliott is asking.
They could, but as stipulated in the development agreement for this project, should that occur, we would require the additional 25 feet of right-of-way and then widen that. The 12-foot street alley that's proposed now, we would require that to be widened to access more than one lot.
It's a fun one. No.
Perplexing one.
Can I
Yes,
chime
Member
in?
Stott, please.
So, first thing, I just want to, you all sat through a long public hearing before this, and I appreciate everybody being here. And one of the things I want to say that I'm observing about this is there are no bad guys in this act here. You know, Mr. Elliott is a resident and has done a lot in this community, and I know would do a great job if he were to build it. You'd have the best you could have, because you could have somebody coming in who isn't going to treat this with the sensitivity that he would treat it with. At the same time, I mean, there's a really compelling case here. I mean, one of the things we spent a whole bunch of time talking about in our last agenda item was preserving the single-family neighborhoods the way they are, right? And so you're like Exhibit A of a neighborhood that has, over time, changed. Back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, sure, maybe it was getting built and there were new houses going up every week and developing, but now this whole woods, I've seen it, and wetland and all the rest of it has happened there, and it does really change the character. And so I totally get the argument that, you know, it's not, that we shouldn't try and squeeze a house in here. But what I really struggle with is this is a piece of property that somebody owns, and we can't just say they can't use it for anything. I mean, there's got to be some compensation for that property. So I mean, it's just an awful spot for everybody to be in, and I really appreciated Mr. Hausch's comments about the efforts that the neighbors have made to not just say they don't want it, but to actually invest in compensating the property owner. And I would like to see those discussions go forward so that you can keep this the way it is, and Mr. Elliott can get compensated, or whoever is owning it gets compensated for what the property is worth. I think that from all the options I've heard, the best way to accomplish that is what Mr. Gleeden was talking about. He talked about the original conditions for the outlot, and it was that it could only be developed once there were 25 feet to the south. And so my way out of the woods, so to speak, would be to require that that 25 feet happen, but with the cautionary note that if you know, this is eventually going to get built on unless somebody purchases it and retires it, so to speak, because it's, you know, that this is, you can't just, we're never going to be able to vacate that right away while that property is still there. And once the 25-foot option is open, now you got at least 3 lots to the south, and there's probably similar lots over on the Garden Avenue side. And if you're serious about wanting to preserve this the way it is, this isn't about one lot, this is about a whole bunch of lots. And so that means you really have to figure out an honest way to connect with Mr. Elliott or the Austins or whoever to figure out how to acquire that parcel. Now, the problem we've got is we got to make a decision on this tonight. So if we're in a position where we have to make a decision, what I would recommend is that we deny it, but we deny it based on the conditions that were in that replat in 1985, on the notion that it needed another 25 feet, and until it can get that 25 feet, it can't be converted from an outlot. So what do you think of that?
Certainly one idea.
Yeah.
So where are we on the clock?
It's
I don't mean this clock, I mean the time clock.
Yeah, the city has to take action tonight.
Today?
Unless the developer...
Unless the applicant agrees to a postponement.
Yes. And
so that's another way out.
If they wanted to continue the discussion about them purchasing it, you'd have to grant an extension of time.
Yeah. Well, what I'm thinking is that everybody here this evening has heard the dialogue and had a chance to see the council's contemplative nature on this thing, and I think Member Staunton was really quite articulate in coming up with one possibility, but certainly one other possibility would be a postponement, if Mr. Elliott would agree to it.
Discussions.
And we go back at it again. We can't really participate. The public hearing part of it is closed. So, sorry, Ms. Carlin. It's got to take place up here in the conversation. Member Fisher?
So, when this first popped up, and weeks ago, month ago, whenever it was, from an academic perspective, it seemed like kind of a no-brainer. There's a right-of-way, there's, some legal rights to develop this outlet, or so I thought. And then I think I had an early conversation with Mr. Hughes and was kind of talking about, well, you can't just say no because the neighbors don't want development to happen there. But the more I dug into this, and really it was sort of, and this is truly, by the way, one of those things where just every 10 minutes you kind of go like this. And I bet you could make a legal argument on both sides of this. But then I thought about what were the intentions of the actions by those previous councils? And I do think there was an intention to make sure that this isn't the situation that happens, that other 25 feet was necessary to literally put a street in and to develop the lots. It wasn't, it wasn't like they didn't want a path going back to one house behind someone else. And but I think the most compelling thing for me, and I imagine Edina back during the time when all of these neighborhoods were being built, and beautiful treed, wetlanded areas like this were just being bulldozed, and that's just what we did. But I think Lenny Hughes kind of hit it. The times they are a-changing, and we all see it every day. And I do think it really impacted me when I went out there and looked at this situation and think of all the areas in our city where the water is just rising, it's rising, it's rising. And I think in that context, given that I see this could go either way, and you're right, the documents that we just approved moments ago talk about what we should do as a city is to try to find those areas and not rush to develop them. Those areas that can be a source of, whether it's trees acting as pumps or wetlands or whatever. And in this case, I feel like we're trying really hard to make the rules work to, put this development in. And I think given this context, I feel as I sit here right now, that's not the way to go. So I would sort of be in favor of, I don't know exactly your proposal, Councilmember Staunton, but somewhere, if not that direction, somewhere close to it. And while I'm assuming we'll make some decision here, but I do want to comment in agreement with Councilmember Staunton. This has been refreshing, late, but refreshing. The level, this is what I feel proud about living in this city. The fact that, these situations do come up where one potential property owner has an idea that maybe isn't shared by the surrounding neighbors, but the level of respect and dialogue and everything else from both sides has been really impressive, and I wish we had more of that. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Does the fact that the decision on the 25 feet at that time anticipated that the roadway be pushed through all the way to was it Garden?
Garden.
Does that make a difference? Because it can't go through the Garden? Does that question make any sense?
It does. I think that was the intent.
At the time, you could understand it, because you could have gotten through the Garden. No, you can't.
You could have filled the wetlands, correct?
But your notion is that, at least to the part that we're concerned about, that was part of the thinking, was that we'd have a 25-foot.
Yeah, I thought Mr. Gleedon's comments captured it pretty well,
Yeah.
where he talked about that was a condition so that we wouldn't get stuck in this spot.
Member Anderson, this might help with Mr. Elliott's thinking, I think, as people express their thoughts too, and the rest of the neighbors.
Yeah, thank you. I tend to concur with Member Fisher. When we come down to it, we're making a decision on granting a variance to make it a buildable site, and it's important to me to evaluate the impact, the environmental impact, and the runoff. We spend a lot of time with stormwater mitigation issues and how we're going to deal with it in the future. And so I take a look at the adjacent wetlands. I'm not sure of the effect on the Hawks Lake watershed, but that probably needs to be determined by the watershed district in any event, but that's a factor that enters in. There's probably a way to make it buildable. You probably can do it. And that then tells me that we're creating more permeable surface to exacerbate a water issue in that area that clearly exists. We all walked it, and you could see that, you experienced that. So then I look at the potential on the Benton Avenue development sites or lots, more permeable surface, more runoff, all concentrated into that area. If we agree that to give the variance, I wouldn't be in support of giving a variance on that basis. However, I do think that the idea of a postponement is, if all the parties are really willing to enter into some kind of timeline to say we're going to make a decision and make an offer, and it appears that the applicant is open to that. So that to me would be a way to come back again in 2 weeks in the event of a postponement and make a final decision at that time. If we did need to make a decision tonight, I wouldn't be in support of granting the variance just on the basis of the environmental concerns into the future.
Member Brindle, your thoughts?
You know, I've been on all sides of this. Because I do agree that if Lance Elliott were to build here, it would be stellar. I also agree that if this property is built on by a different builder, wouldn't you prefer the builder you know? So that's one really strong tug for me. And the other is the realization that properties are becoming lakeside properties more and more, especially in a situation like this where it's soil that part of it isn't great soil, just by the description, but the fact that the water isn't seeping. It has to be pumped out of people's backyards. And that's just a statement of where we are. So so the information that you've provided tonight is very compelling. It's very compelling. I had a preview of this when I met with all of you the other day, and greatly appreciate the work you've done to learn about this, and and like others have said, the respect for each other. So I guess what I would like the idea of the purchase offer to have some time to become what it can become, so that because right now it's not fully baked. So to make a decision to deny this tonight, it is finality, but that decision to get together and purchase the property could still happen even with denial, but it could happen with postponement as well. So I guess I'd be open either way to not proceeding tonight, either with denial or with a postponement.
Mr. Elliott, you've had a sidebar conversation with the city manager, I think. You have a thought regarding postponement or potential postponement? Yes, please come forward. Yes, thank you. And you can come to the side podium. You don't have to use that handheld microphone.
Yes, so based on all the discussions here tonight, I think, we've learned a lot, and I still think there's an opportunity for a good solution for everything. And since it's getting so late and everybody wants to get home, let's postpone till the 17th and give us a couple weeks here to discuss things in more detail and figure out what solution makes the most sense.
So you're agreeing on the record to request an extension for 2 weeks because we need your permission to do that?
Correct, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. That satisfy our requirements, Attorney Knudsen?
I gotta have him write it out. We have to have him put it in writing?
Yeah. Okay.
All right, Mr. Mayor, on that basis, I'd move to continue this matter to the meeting on the 17th.
Second.
We got a motion and second to continue this public hearing matter embodied in Resolution 2019-66 to our meeting on December 17th, 2019. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried.
Did we get a second on that? Okay.
She's just a professional pot stirrer.
Sure.
Everybody's calling this a street or an alley. The drawing I saw that was posted said driveway. So when is a street not a street?
Well, that's a very good question.
No, it's not.
A street, it's not a street if it's, well.
Every drawing let us call it a driveway.
Yeah, but our staff is saying it would be labeled a street or an alley.
I thought maybe
Yeah.
the ordinances have some legal definition. I like Grove Street with pavers. Can we request that or just be a nice thing? Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
This was
thank you.
very interesting.
Did you guys step outside and finish the conversation? Thank you. We got a couple more matters to go yet. Unless you want to stay here and hear about your proposed tax increase. Nobody can know. All right, our next public hearing matter is a potential issuance of a new ordinance setting fees for 2020. And Kyle Sawyer has this matter.
Yeah, so thank you, Mayor, members of council.
every year the finance department goes through a process. We accumulate all of the department fees that'll change and impact the city code and bring that to the city council here in December. So same process this year. So tonight you have in front of you ordinance 2019-16 with the outline fees that will change or proposed to change for 2020. To give you a brief overview on some of those fees and the changes, the Chapter 18 changes, the fire prevention fees are proposed to increase by approximately 1.5%. This is to better align with the cost of service, providing inspections, alarms, and such. Other fees that are increasing, the utilities, the water and sewer fees are proposed to increase at 5% and the storm fee at 8%. This is to offset the increased cost of capital spending and infrastructure needs. As usual, the Morningside rates will come at a later date. Those are set by Minneapolis in December. We usually come back in early January with those rates once we have the Minneapolis fees. The proposed utility increases are in line with an updated utility rate study that was presented at a work session back in November of 2018. And again, those are related to really increased capital needs and increased capital costs for the utility infrastructure. So council has the option to take action on these items tonight, including final approval by waiving the second reading. So I would stand for any questions before the public hearing.
Questions for Mr. Sawyer? Nobody has any questions?
Okay. All seemed reasonable.
You wanted, there's a fee if you're going to open up that new body art facility.
Open the public hearing.
All right.
Close it.
Thanks, Mr. Sawyer. All right, this is a public hearing matter, the proposed amendment of Chapter 2 of the City Code, which would set fees for 2020. I'm opening this up for public testimony. Does anyone wish to come forward and testify?
Your chance, Mr. Sigmund.
All right, seeing no one coming forward, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
We had a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, carried. We've got a resolution embodied in ordinance, or excuse me, we have an ordinance modification or amendment, ordinance 2019-16, which would be amended to set the fees in various categories for 2020. Is there a motion to adopt those fees?
And I would include in that motion to waive second reading.
Second.
Thank you. We've got a motion and a second to adopt ordinance 2019-16, which amends the City Code Chapter 2, Section 2-724, Schedule A, setting fees for 2020 and waiving second reading. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, carried. And then on to the proposal to set the 2020 tax levy and potential adoption of the 2020 operating budget. And Manager Neal, you're going to start this out?
I will. Thank you, Your Honor. Let's see. Okay, so members of council, mayor and members of council, just to give you this sense of, this is our agenda for tonight, of our presentation for the 2020 city budget. So we have a biennial budget process, and we have for a number of years here. In odd numbered years, we work on the upcoming operating budget for the 2-year period. In even numbered years, we work on the update of our 5-year capital improvement plan, and that's what we're doing this year as well. This is what the budget timeline looks like in preparation of the budget. It starts in the cold of February with a leadership staff retreat, which blends into then a council retreat, which gets direction from council. It works through a number of different drafting stages until we ask you to approve the preliminary property tax levy in September. And then tonight is the next formal action where we ask you to hold the public hearing and then to adopt the 2020 final property tax and levy budget for both the city and the HRA. This is what our kind of overall planning structure looks like in terms of our Vision Edina comprehensive plan, which you approved earlier tonight, our capital improvement plan, and how it feeds into our budget work planning process, which we do on an individual department basis and a board and commission basis as well, all the way down to individual employee work plans. This is our budget and work plan process. Did you want to keep? Yeah, keep going. Okay. We have our 4 kind of overall budget goals of strong foundation, reliable service, livable city, better together. Goals, objectives, and strategies follow under each one of those main goals. This is the depiction kind of our general fiscal system here. In the next year, in 2020, we believe we'll spend about $134 million. $81 million of that will be in our governmental funds, including our general fund, which is really the focus of a lot of our attention because of the nature of its revenue source, which is property taxes. Our next largest group of funds are our enterprise funds, which are utility, liquor, and then all of the different park enterprises like ice arena and golf course, et cetera. Finally, what's different in the way we show this chart this year is we're showing our internal service funds, risk management, equipment operations, IT, and facilities. We haven't broken those out in the past. We're doing that this year for increased transparency. Estimated market value of the city for 2020 is $12.9 billion. It's the 4th largest estimated market value for a city government in the state of Minnesota, and you can see it's risen really quite significantly since the most recent dip in 2013. You can see these 2 graphs, these 2 lines look very similar. This is sort of the macro look at what's happening with the estimated market value as a city, and this is the micro look at what's happening with the median single-family home. And you can see that those lines mirror each other because our tax base in Edina is very much linked to the single-family home and its value. This is crossing a number of different line graphs. It depicts the annual rate of growth in historical estimated market value, city taxes, and levy changes. This is a graph where we're showing you the total debt outstanding of the city. You can see in 2019, it's somewhere between around $115 million of outstanding debt. And by the time you get out to 2033, it's down closer to 0. What I would also draw your attention to in this graph is the different colors in the bar. Levy debt is what we levy a property tax for. That's the green. The blue is other debt. So those are utility debts, other revenue-based debt, and special assessment debt. So we have our debt is really heavily structured more on the other side than on the levy side. Every year, we try to identify for the council what's driving the levy increase for that particular year, and this is what we can take you back to 2015 and coming up to 2019. And we'll show you what the 2020 drivers look like as well. In 2019, the property tax distribution, this is what residents saw in their individual property tax bills. 21% of their total property tax bill went to the city, 39% of it went to the school, Edina School District, 32% of it went to the Hennepin County. I will note this is 2019. We don't have a graphic for this for 2020 yet because those numbers are not fully baked at this point. But we think they'll be somewhat similar to what you're seeing here. This is the proposed, city manager's proposed budget for 2020 and proposed for 2021. For emphasis, I would just add that we're only asking council to formally approve the proposed 2020. This is the budget that we shared with you with maybe some more precise amendments to it that have occurred in the last couple of months, but this is the budget that we proposed to you back in September in terms of levy and when we used to set our levy limit. levy increase. So these are the drivers for our 2020 change. Primary drivers are the wage and benefit package of city staff, adding additional staff in a couple areas of our operation, which we'll see in a second, and then just some inflation changes. 5.95% is the proposed total increase in the levy. So what does this budget proposal accomplish in the community? We try to identify areas based on our four main goals. So goal number one, maintain physical assets and infrastructure. We're going to significantly increase our revenue that we use for capital investment in infrastructure, but including parks, playgrounds, rec facilities, et cetera. And we're doing that through a plan that we talked about with the council, what we've been talking about with the council for a couple of years, to reallocate or redirect debt levies as they expire into our capital improvement plans for a revenue source for years to come. Maintain physical assets and infrastructure. Again, goal number one, we are rededicating ourselves to a maintenance of our existing city facilities. So 80 buildings and facilities, estimated market value of $170 million. We want to be better stewards of what we've already got and take care of it better in the future. Goal number two, reliable service, is maintain service levels that best meet community needs. One of the needs that we've been talking about for some time and that we have implemented at the tail end of this year is implementing the new inspection and license for rental residential properties. And so we've started the process of informing property owners that they'll need to get licenses in the future for rental properties and hiring the staff to do that. And we think that will increase the safety and protection for renters and the community at large. We have also seen a significant increase in the demand for public safety services, and we've reacted to that by increasing our staff in both our police and our fire departments. And we're making a big increase in our fire department staffing next year, and we're doing that with the partial support of a SAFER grant, a federal grant that helps us with that. Again, goal number two, maintaining service levels. We did a mass replacement of the city's fire trucks and ambulances this past year. We put it into action. We'll be receiving those new vehicles and then turning them over on a regular basis. We've got 2 new fire trucks that we've received already. Goal number 3 is livable city, and this is where we plan for a connected and sustainable development. A new program that we are kicking off in April is curbside organics recycling collection. The city will be in charge of that. We've already let the contract. We'll have a staff person who will do marketing and answering questions and trying to implement that program the best we can in the coming year. And finally, goal number 4, our Better Together goal, foster an inclusive and engaged community. We have put a lot of time, effort, and attention to race and equity in our city government and with the council and staff. We have hired a race and equity coordinator, and we are really underway with a lot of kind of exciting programming and training out of that office, and we want to continue that for the upcoming year. Finally, under Better Together, purchasing our body-worn cameras we think is an important step for the upcoming year. We've talked a little bit about that tonight, and it's in our budget for 2020. So what does this budget cost the community? We inserted this slide, Kyle and Don inserted this slide between the work session and tonight, and this is a depiction of changes in single-family estimated market values, single-family home estimated market values. What we're trying to show you here is this yellow portion. 60% of our taxpayers saw somewhere between a 1% and 5% increase in the estimated market value of their home. The red is 23%. That's no change. So they're the same from one year to the next. So in Edina, for single-family homes, for the upcoming year, 83% of our homeowners will see somewhere between 5% or less in terms of change to the estimated market value, and that's a good proxy for what they'll see for tax change too. This is estimated levy impacts from the median single-family home from 2019 to 20. You can see what the change is in terms of that market value change and what the annual tax is in terms of city tax and monthly tax. We looked at this earlier tonight as well. This gives you a sense of what's happening on the tax rate side, and also how this scales up and impacts properties of higher value. Property tax history, we show these slides every year at budget time. They're not very exciting. They're pretty flat. This is what a $400,000 home has experienced from 2010 to 2020 in terms of tax load, both at a city basis, which is on the lower, which is the lower line, and on a total tax basis, which is the upper line. That includes the county and the schools and other taxing bodies. This is the median value home, the same kind of analysis, where you can see what the median change has been from 2010 to 2020, and again, relatively flat, particularly on the city side. This is something we added between work session and tonight as well. This is the median home CPI adjusted in terms of what the impact has been for property taxes, both on a city basis and a total basis. We will also be asking the council in probably a few minutes to conduct an HRA meeting, at which we will ask you to approve an HRA levy of $192,000 for the upcoming year for our Housing and Redevelopment Authority as well. And again, just a reminder of where we are in the budget timeline. Tonight is the public hearing. We will then, the council has the opportunity to adopt the final 2020 budget for both the general fund levy and for the HRA tax levy yet this morning. And are there any questions?
Questions for Manager Neal? All right, this is a public hearing matter. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and testify regarding this matter? I'm now opening it up for public testimony. Seeing no one coming forward, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
We got a motion and second to close the public hearing. Discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. And then we have resolution 2019-106. We've been working on this matter since I think April, or well, I guess more likely June. And we've been working on the budget, and we had a session beforehand here, a work session, where we went through the same material. And I think everybody was pretty comfortable with it. So is there a motion to adopt resolution 2019-106, which would adopt the budget for the calendar year 2020 and also establish the tax levy payable in 2020?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and second to adopt resolution 2019-106, which was earlier described. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adopting resolution 2019-106 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. All right, we are on to correspondence of petitions. Anything other than what was on the dais? Anything come in while we've been here? Okay. Mr. Sawyer, thank you. And aviation noise update. Member Brindle, anything for us, sir?
Just a quick announcement that the next Noise Oversight Committee meeting will take place on Wednesday, January 15th, I believe, at the MAC offices. It's at 1:30.
Okay, good, thank you. Council comments. Member Anderson, want to lead us off, please?
Nothing further tonight.
All right. Member Brindle.
Just happy holidays to everyone. And thanks for hanging in there with, all the people who were here. But also, just the incredible amount of work that went into the comp plan.
Yep, thank you. Member Staunton. Member Fisher.
I just wanted to thank Scott Neal. I arrived in a very harried way tonight from some work stuff, and I was running late. I walked in the door, I looked down, and I didn't have a tie on. I'm like, oh my gosh, that would be horrible, right? And so I've learned that Scott Neal is not only a city manager, but he has Scott's Tie Emporium. And So he opened up his little door, and there were long ties, there were bow ties. My only request is if you could have some bolos, in case I want to go Western, that would be great. So thank you.
I'll work on that for 2020.
Your Honor, I do have just one comment.
Yes.
Nice tie, Mike.
I like your tie too. I thought you got a nice tie tonight. Yeah, looks good. All right, just a quick comment for me. I stopped at Lifetime Fitness. It was our grand opening this afternoon, and stopped there and helped cut a ribbon and celebrate the opening of what is the first of its type in terms of being a partner with Simon Development on the construction of a Lifetime Fitness. And of course, it also has the companion Lifetime Work facility with it. It is really quite impressive. And I didn't have time to go through on a tour, but if anybody wants to go back over there with me, let me know, and I've got a name and a number of a guy we can call, so we can go over and see it. And you can also, we can end that at the sushi bar or the healthy restaurant. And so good luck with to all those folks over there, the Lifetime team. And David Simon was here as well. I had a chance to meet him, and express also to him the fact that we've enjoyed the partnership between the public and private sector with Simon. So that's it for me. Manager Neal.
None for me yet, but just a reminder, we need a quick HRA meeting immediately following this
Yep,
one.
I'm just turning the page.
Mayor, may I add one thing?
Yes, you
A
can.
reminder for Monday night. We have our special street reconstruction council meeting, Monday night, 6 o'clock here. So just a reminder, the reports are coming.
Good reminder.
So.
Good catch. All right. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second? Discussion? All those in favor of adjourning, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. We're adjourned. Now we're back in session. All right. Let me know.
Norm.
Jim, you'll be here Monday.
I guess so.
Mary and Ron, are both of you here on Monday? Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I think, yeah, I was on. I don't know why they